Hello everyone. It's Sunday, so that means we're streaming. I'm Only Black Mage, and we are playing 13 Sentinels Aegis Ring. It's been 1 week since the last one. Hey, how's it going, Guy Ogre, Jax, Azure? Have you started recovering from the oral surgery? Yes, I have. In fact, that's the reason why I didn't stream at all last week. On Sunday, or rather earlier, I had to have an extraction taken out and something else, so I had stitches up in my mouth. I was heavily medicated. I was on baby food for a week. I wasn't super happy, and I definitely wasn't in a condition to be streaming. First few days especially, I'm just taking naps. I'm just exhausted. Mind's muddled. You know, you're medicated. Can't talk very loud. Can't talk for very long. Low energy. But towards later in the week, especially since I'm a good boy and I observed my dietary restrictions and took my medicine regularly, feeling a lot better, or at least energy-wise. Still a few more days, because it's supposed to be like a 2-week recovery thing, but this first week is like the roughest part, because it's when all the major inflammation, the swelling, and the pain really starts hitting in. So over this course of the week, most of the stitches that they design, you know, the type that fall off on their own, and that's starting to happen with some of them. Still on the medication though, and started transitioning out of baby food, so now I can chew small things, soft things. So, fortunately, since I knew I was going in for that, and I figured that was what was going to happen, that's the reason why before I went in for the oral surgery, I made sure to quickly record the script for Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. So, what music do you use for the stream starting soon? That is the battle preparation from Fire Emblem. That is the Smash Brothers remix version of it. Astrowolf, thank you so much for jumping in. Love his opening screen. Me too. I love his song. This song is called... it's called something funny. Hold on. Let me look it up really quickly. Yeah, it's called Brat Overflow by Hitoshi Sakimoto. Brat Overflow is the name of this song. And this was honestly stuck in my head for most of the week. Because when you can't do too much and you're too tired to do too much anyway, you know, watching anime, listening to music, playing some video games on the side. Played a lot of the Destiny event that came out recently. And this was just on loop for me for a while. I just kept thinking about it. So even though I wasn't streaming, I was thinking about 13 Sentinels. But yeah, I'm feeling better, thank you. Still about a week left on the recovery schedule, but I can at least talk. Got Final Fantasy VII Remake and Age of Calamity for Hanukkah? Nice. 2 solid games. 2 of the best games I would say, of this year. I don't put out a top 10 list, but if I were to put out top 10 games that I recommend that you play, that would be 2 of them. Alright, let's jump in. Let's see how much I don't remember. Okay, complete Shu Hamaguchis. Alright, I guess we're gonna be working on Shu for a little bit. Although I kind of want to work on some of the other people that haven't. 1985, 1945. We haven't done Natsuno. Wow. A lot of gates on Keitaro. But yeah, I had a backup episode ready. It's partly the reason why Valkyrie Profile wasn't done yet. But Valkyrie Profile, I'm looking to be done this week. I'm not going to work on Friday, of course, because Friday's not only Christmas, but it's also my birthday, and I never work on my birthday. I have never once been forced to work on my birthday, and I intend to keep that tradition. Have a good night, Umbra. Thanks for checking in. Good talking to you always. The poll is up, actually, for suggesting the next thing in January, which I want to have standalone stuff. Alright. Let's do Keitaro. She has a lot of big revelations in his route. I believe it. But I want to also work up a lot of the people that are very low percentage.
No matter where I am, at least the sunset is always the same. I don't care that we lost. I'm proud my country could rebuild after what happened. But
I haven't had a chance to play Age of Calamity. I haven't even had a chance to play Cyberpunk. I ordered the collector's edition of Cyberpunk in the middle of last year, June of 2019. And of course it came in. Now am I upset that it has issues? Yes and no. On one hand, I am shocked that, you know, if you told me a year ago, I would have said, oh dude, no way, Cyberpunk's gonna be amazing. I was also on that hype train.
But what if it's impossible for me to go back?
Things being what they are, I'm okay with it staying in the box until things are a little bit better. I hear there's going to be major patches next month, so you know what? It's okay. We have other stuff to play.
Make it back, no matter what it takes. I wonder.
It's 1 year since Fire Emblem Three Houses, which I think is kind of cool.
It's possible that space-time here is warped.
Final Fantasy had its 33rd birthday yesterday, which I think was also cool. Some series nobody's ever heard of.
Maybe time is flowing normally over there.
Did we go to the high school last time? No, we didn't. Okay.
Hurry up, Miwa-chan! Slow down.
Normally I'm really bad about remembering a lot of people and names and events if I skip a week.
Looks like the school's still here.
I don't know how you guys are, but that's how I am.
Isn't that... Hey, hold on!
Miura-kun? Thank goodness.
Dagger, how did I make my V? I didn't make V yet. Yeah, Jax has it right. I haven't played it yet. I haven't even done the character creator yet.
You're Natsuno Minami,
I'm just waiting
right?
till it's in a more stable
one I met
phase
at the
where I'm not going to
shrine.
feel frustrated for playing it
What are you
and then it
doing
crashes and then I have to restart everything.
Gotta say,
For me,
you had me pretty worried.
I
had no idea where you went.
if I lose progress in a game, even as much as like say
I can't
20
believe
minutes,
you're
I feel
here too.
deflated.
I couldn't find you anywhere.
Much less an hour, much less an
I
entire
thought you got
prologue.
snatched up and hauled off to Area
I would
51.
struggle to see the silver
But
lining being,
anyway,
well, at least I can
what
play
have you
the
been
other
up to?
prologues. I would just be
Wait,
mad at the game.
first-
Where have you been?
A kind student's been letting me stay at his place. Aside from that, I've been sleeping outdoors.
Outdoors?
Natsuno-san. Get it together, Keitaro.
Watch test, hope your mouth is feeling better. It is. Every day it gets a little bit better.
Yes.
I can control
I
my
admit
voice better
she's
and I
bright,
have better
cheerful,
energy today than I
attractive.
did a couple days ago. But
right
still on
now,
the schedule.
I have more urgent matters to tend to.
I will absolutely be feeling better by the time the weekend comes by, because then I can enjoy all sorts of delicious things post-birthday.
Despite a catastrophic loss,
No way I'm missing
Japan
out on
recovered
cheesecake on
quite well.
Christmas.
it seems to have entered a prosperous new era. Almost too prosperous.
Renard anime voice acting time travel looks like a winner. Absolutely. I've been enjoying this game. Even taking it at the moderate pace that we have been.
Before the war, my uncle gave me a sci-fi novel. A story about traveling through time to the future. It only ever felt like a far-off fantasy. To think it ever become a reality.
So, I'm really glad to have brought back Castlevania, because it's also been a year since I posted Castlevania, if you can believe it. Hopefully people enjoyed that. I know it's not the biggest series on the channel, but I enjoy the Castlevania series, and I enjoy playing it every single time. Harmony of Dissonance, I legit forgot about. It is a good game though. Bit rough.
Why were just
The one thing I
Sentinel
want to
brought
point
here?
out that it just bothers
That
me, especially when I was
thing is
playing it
beyond
and
me.
reviewing the footage,
I'm no
was
expert,
that the sprite
but I
design
know it's
on
capable
the
of some
environments are pretty
extraordinary
good for
feats.
Game Boy Advance standards.
Time
They're actually
travel,
pretty
though.
good.
Could the
Juice
Sentinel possess an
sprite looks
ability
good.
like that?
Dracula's looks okay. Even the Merchant looks okay. But man, Maxim and Leedy's sprites look terrible. They look so low effort. They look muddy. They look gross. It's like, how does everything else look good except those two?
Our mothers... I checked the library for any records of such a weapon. But in all of history, nothing like it has ever existed. Not in the US, not anywhere. What was that thing?
Have you ever heard of Wodakoi? That moment you mentioned about losing progress gave me a big mood. I remember an episode of anime. I have not seen that. I might check it out though.
Hang on. This is my mess, so I have to figure out how to clean it up. But then again, I can't really bring a boy into the house. Oh yeah! Granny Tamao went on a trip. So Juro-kun should be the only one home. That house does have a lot of rooms.
Granny Tamao?
Oh yeah, I completely forgot that Tamao was the name of Juro's grandmother. I completely forgot about that.
Sorry. Let me go grab my stuff really quick. I'll be right back, so just wait here. Then we'll head over to the Karabe's house.
Karabe? Managed to leave quite the dent. Chihiro? You don't have to cry. It's not like you did this on purpose. I'm sure Uncle isn't mad about it anymore.
What about you? Are you mad?
Of course not. I'm your big brother. I'll always be on your side, Chihiro.
Somebody once suggested that I
No,
play
come
Genshin
on
Impact while I was out. And I was like, I know I may eventually have to recap it. But when I looked into it, apparently there's going to be like 7 cities or whatever that are eventually unlocked, or 7 areas, I don't know, whatever. And they've only done 2 of them. So as far as I'm concerned, the story's not done yet. So I don't have to worry about doing a recap for Genshin Impact for what it seems like a couple of years at least.
So how do you hit the pillar with the laundry bucket? You must have been playing pretty rough.
The bunny was fighting. And it beat up giant ghosts. Cause the ghosts smash all the houses. And more of them keep coming.
Such strange ghosts. Did you come up with them yourself?
No, Tamao told me about them.
I'm sorry, Chihiro-chan. My father has quite a short temper. I'm sorry. This was all my fault.
Tamao-san,
It only happened because I told Chihiro-chan about my dreams.
is it okay for you to be awake right now?
I've been feeling much better lately. And I have Goto-san from Tokyo to thank for that. He's been sharing some foreign medicine with me. It's just that
Keith, Genshin
ever
won't be
since I
finished for a
started
few
taking it,
years. The story ends
I
after
keep
chapter
having
1.
strange
I wonder what the
dreams,
development team size
but
is
they
for
feel
Genshin.
like more than just dreams. They're like
How many hundred
memories
people do you think
that
are
I
working
just
on that
suddenly
game?
remember.
Size isn't
Sirens.
necessarily indicative of quality, though.
This is bad.
For example, like Final Fantasy 14 is constantly lauded for its quality, but I think its team size is like 200-300 people, compared to like say Destiny 2, where they apparently have like 500 or 600 people working on it, and yet for some reason they're very slow for updates. I don't know.
Turn on the radio.
I actually been playing a lot of Destiny all week. I got lucky with one of the submachine gun drops. I got the one that's supposed to... I got that primary holiday one that dropped with Dragonfly, which is supposed to be an illegal mod on that gun, but I got that drop anyway. I'm holding on to it, just in case they don't wipe it from everyone's inventory, but they might anyway. I don't actually care for it that much, it's not that accurate.
It's a massive enemy raid.
We have to hurry to a bomb-proof shelter.
I want to get more
Come on,
Castlevanias
Chihiro-chan.
done, so
We
that if
have
I
to
ever
go.
have downtime, like a week where I'm out for some reason, then I would have a recap ready to go. But we'll see. What I did do
Are you home?
is I did write probably 2 or 3 additional articles for the metagame D&D.
Minami-san. Couldn't you have knocked
The
first?
team for Genshin is about 400 people.
Come
That's a pretty good sized
your
team.
Granny Tamao and I are best buds. We're neighbors. Think I don't know my way around the place? Anyway, I've got a favor to ask.
Oh, Minami-san. I didn't know you lived so close.
Did you really need to come out?
You're Yakushiji-san, our classmate? Wait, no way. Are you two?
Do you need something from him?
It's not what it looks like. This is just...
Genshin is surprisingly quality for a free-to-play game.
Natsuno-san?
I don't know, I play some pretty quality free-to-play games.
Oh, come on in.
Pardon my interruption.
Like, the first free-to-play game that impressed me was Dragalia Lost on mobile. I'm like, wow, this is really good quality for a free-to-play game.
So this house is still
And
standing.
what I like about it is that the economy is very generous. All
My
the
name
good
is
units
Keitaro Miura.
that exist, like you have very good odds of getting them if they
Kinda
appear on a summon
complicated,
banner.
But yeah.
And they give you so many resources
I need
to
you to let
summon.
him stay over for a
I'm
few days.
constantly drowning in free summons that I've earned from just doing regular
How
stuff.
do you know Minami-san?
I think Dragalia Lost is like a
Come
very
on,
fair
I know
economy.
you have a spare room. Just let him stay until your granny's back. In exchange, I won't tell anyone you're living with a girl.
Blackmail.
The details don't matter. Just let him stay, alright? Thanks.
And
See ya.
Natsuno plays rough. Julian, hey Oni, hey, how's it going?
Natsuno-san, is this...
It's fine, it's fine. I live super close by.
I used to play
So
Fire
if you
Emblem
need anything,
Heroes.
just let me know.
I still log in and collect free stuff.
There she goes.
And I have so many gold
Wow,
5-star units,
this
I
is
shouldn't be
awkward.
complaining. And yet, at the same time, I do not like the incredibly grindy way they made that game. It is such a grind, and it takes so long to do a lot of things. And the meta in that game is just absurd. It doesn't help that there's like 400 characters. Like, most people only know the Fire Emblem characters from Smash, and even then they're like, too many Fire Emblem characters. I'm like, oh boy, you have no idea.
Pardon me. I know Natsuno-san's intentions are good, but...
But yeah, to me, the free-to-play
really
standard
don't wanna be an
has actually been
inconvenience.
raised for quite a while. Most people just don't look
Are
at
you
mobile
hungry?
games to really kind of know.
Why don't you join us for dinner?
So to me, see, like especially when you think
No,
about stuff
I
like, look, like
shouldn't.
Call of Duty is on mobile, Fortnite's on mobile.
Your stomach thinks you should.
Like, there's a lot of games that play on
No,
mobile
that
just
was,
fine. The power of mobile devices
I'll
to
go
play
fix you a plate.
high-quality games, you know, higher for the standard that is for the platform, is pretty good. Mobile games are very strong these days. It's just simply development teams that want to focus on them. So for something like Genshin to come out, actually doesn't surprise me.
Is she in good health?
Grandma? She's fit as a fiddle. She's visiting relatives back in Shimane. That's why she isn't here.
Shimane. She must be with her mother's side of the family in Iwami.
Do you know my grandma?
Yes.
You do, huh? So then? How long do you need a place to stay?
Not long. Just until I can make my way back home.
Well, alright. If that's the
Dragali
case,
Lost,
it
though,
shouldn't
is
be a problem.
grindy when it comes to the equipment.
Just try
Like,
not
getting
to
the
cause any
units you
trouble.
want is easy. Getting
Feel
the
free to
gear
use the
to
guest
make them
room on the
strong
first
enough
floor.
for missions, though, that's the
Thank
actual
you.
grind. But over time, you can get pretty much almost anything in that game, either for free or at a moderate pace. Because I haven't put any money into it, and I have so much good stuff. Because they're actually pretty generous. And both of them are Nintendo games. And they did a pretty good job of that.
There's a projection device where the radio
I list
used to
Pokemon
be.
Go under Nintendo because I think Nintendo owns
It's been
40%
lately
of it.
remodeled,
Yeah, they
but
don't
it's the
own
same
it,
house.
but that's a pretty
I
big
could've
stake, and
sworn
you know
it
they got
burned
money
to the
backing it
ground.
up.
The damage on this pillar is missing. And it wasn't changed when they remodeled. If this really is the Karabe's house, then it should be right here. Chihiro left a dent in this pillar.
That's a paradox. Or not, games like Arknights have been pushing quality and player economy higher in status.
Back on my parents' property,
Oh, hey.
there was a wooden single-story house. It was built in the middle of the 20th century. That humble little place stood for about 100 years. My grandfather often told me stories about it. Some of his fondest childhood memories were at that house.
That sounds lovely. I'll have it produced for you.
Ah.
But all I have left are old photographs.
That's fine. I can restore them for you.
Thank you, Mira-san. I'm looking forward to it.
I feel like this is one of those games that if I tell it in chronological order,
Oh.
it's going to ruin the
Were you
surprise.
just on a call with someone else?
With Professor Karabe, yes. We were discussing the layout of the residential zone.
Oh, that's right. Professor Karabe was born in the 21st century. She's 120 years old, right? I know that she's receiving nanomachine treatment, but she still looks so young.
She's Professor Morimura's mentor, I hear. Quite an intelligent individual.
Well, yeah. She is the foremost expert on AI, after all.
Right. Anyway, is something wrong?
Why does something have to be wrong for me to call? Well, I just so happen to have
Julian,
a
is this game doing
really
time
urgent
travel
problem.
shenanigans? I mean, probably.
I need
Definitely a
emotional
lot of time
support
travel.
stat, and I need it from you.
Oh, that does sound urgent.
Killa, Paradox Hunting, what is this game? This game is 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. It is a visual novel RPG slash RTS that came out, I think, September, October, whereabouts.
Yes.
Alright, he's a 37. Who else is that? She's a 37, 28. Alright,
Cool.
we'll do that and then we'll do Shu. So that way we can progress into a battle.
So many mysteries about what happened in the girls' bathroom. But one thing's for damn sure. Nachan's definitely involved. Gotta look for more clues. Can't go wrong with apple juice. Me and Nachan used to drink it all the time when we were kids.
I actually don't prefer apple juice. Too sweet for me.
There you are. I've been looking for you.
I like juices that are a little bit more tart or acidic, like apple juice, cranberry, cherry. I prefer those type. I'm not a big fan of sweet juices.
That damn...
Something... What follows is...
Right before the incident in the girls' bathroom, there was another Kisaragi chasing after Nachan.
Real-time strategy,
Kisaragi
how
is
so?
also
I'll
one of the
show you.
names on that list. So that means Four Eyes wants me to watch her. Maybe we should look around the girls' bathroom again.
Oh, didn't I tell you? They've started renovating. Even if we can get inside, There's nothing to see anymore.
Well, shit. That was fast.
Are you upset with me?
Just been
I like
antsy
my
without
juices
cigarettes.
tart and, or I prefer them tart or citrusy. I prefer my coffee sweet. And I prefer my tea strong
The wind
or bitter.
feels nice. Been keeping this place all to yourself, huh? It's been several days since Minami-san has gone missing. She isn't sick, contrary to what her
There's something about
teacher
that
says.
paper bowl.
And she didn't run away.
'Cause you can kick it
contrary
around
to
and
the
it's
rumor
part of
that's been
somebody's
going
note.
around. It
I think that's
seems
part of
likely
Neji's
she was
chapter.
involved in something much more sinister.
Yeah, like this is a thing.
This place is a dump. Don't you have anything better to do?
Please.
Alright, so we did the girls. Alright, so we have to do something else. I mean, since they're renovating, we can't go back there anyway, so I guess we have to proceed forward.
Have a minute? I got some things to ask you.
Got something to axe you.
She's a name on the list in Four Eyes' file. Her name... it was Yakushiji. She's pretty dull, actually.
There's something to do with somebody.
What?
We have a red bar. There we go.
Maybe we should look around the girls' bathroom again.
Oh, didn't I? They've started.
So that's not it.
Can I help?
You're the one.
I'm pretty sure we did those conversations already.
Or
I'm trying to remember, what was our objective? We were looking for Natsuno, I think, right? And then we found her locker, and then we found the information. And then we had a choice of going to
you
the...
stay here. I'm Takamiya with the SI.
Worry about it.
That's right, there's that.
Oh,
We don't want to go to the girls' bathroom. Mr. Poloco, I finished this story, and boy does it have some of the best story I've ever played. Or finished this game. Nice, okay, cool. So, who won Best Story of the Year? Was it Last of Us? Did they win Best Story? Who won Best Story? Because I know this was nominated. Who won it, though? It was only 10 days ago, and I still can't remember. We're not getting any new clues from back here, though.
Not. Nothing.
It was Last of Us? Okay. Think you should go to the passageway? That's a good point. Maybe we should. Because we came from the roof, and I just assumed that we came from that direction already. See, it only gives us the roof, though. It doesn't give us the passageway.
Make. Oh shit. Have a minute? I got some things to ask you. Nachan, we...
Can I help?
Yuri, you're the one...
Alright, so we already did all that.
She was in the track room even during break. What was Nachan doing?
Even though it was 10 days ago, I completely forgot about the Game Awards.
Shikishima.
I'm super glad about the
It's that company with all those commercials for TV.
about the new studio initiative and then making a new Perfect Dark game. I'm excited. I loved Perfect Dark. I consider Perfect Dark better than GoldenEye 007 all day.
Record of important moments in time I have
I read everything. Oh wait,
An extraterrestrial.
should we read all the entries?
these are
Tokisaka Shrine. Maybe Nachan went there.
There we go, new location.
Either way, it's definitely a clue.
what follows is an he said
A robot.
Alright, so we have to go to the shrine. Keith, time to spend time with the wife? Alright, have a good night. If we go to the athletics building, would it let us go to the shrine from there?
Hey.
No.
Did you need something?
I wanted to ask you about Natsuno Minami.
Look fine.
Alright, so we have that. Pretty sure we've exhausted all this. How do we get to the shrine? Yeah, after the 360 one, because man, Perfect Dark Zero was not a good game. Just straight up not a good game. How the heck do I go to the shrine?
What follow
Yo, where's Tokisaka Shrine?
it's nearby actually.
Oh, there
I
we
should
go.
go check it out.
Ask her.
Take me there, will ya? I'm gonna go grab my bag. I'll meet you at the front gate.
Julian, I feel like so much time has passed that this new Perfect Dark won't matter to me as much as a fan of the original. Oh yeah, honestly. Because that's the cool thing, both the good and bad thing about getting older, is that you have to realize that these games that are being made now are not being made for you. It doesn't matter that you liked it 15, 20, 25, 30 years ago. It doesn't matter. They're not making this game for you. They're making this game for the new audience, introducing them to that.
Shinonome. Hey,
What if,
Yuki Takamiya.
just throwing it out there, what
Weren't
if
you told not to contact
Perfect
me?
Dark was everything
Shinonome.
Cyberpunk was supposed to be?
there's something I need to speak to you about.
Because the premises are the same. Corporate-owned dystopian future, cybernetics running around, aliens in this case, corporate spies going everywhere against each other. What if it was like that? It shouldn't be just another modern shooter though, because the whole thing about Perfect Dark and GoldenEye back in the day and a few other pretenders, even early Deus Ex, was all about the whole concept of approaching a mission in open ways, having a variety of tools, not just guns, to accomplish your mission, and having the intrigue like a spy mission. That's what made it different. It wasn't just a corridor shooter. It wasn't just that. It was objective based. Having objective based rather than just get to the end of the mission, that's it. Completing objectives. And not just the clear out the bunker, you know, Ramirez, Call of Duty, not that kind of stuff, no. Like stuff that was almost light puzzle solving. That's the sort of stuff.
Something that the girl on the track team mentioned. She said Nachan went into the locker room to get a box and described it as some kind of UFO gadget.
I still think it's early in the life cycle of Cyberpunk though for it to come back and I don't want to say impress people, but be better.
So before Natsuno Minami vanished, I heard she was being pursued by men in black suits.
Gaming God, can you up your voice a little? I mean, I'll try.
You've got some serious explaining to do.
My mic is actually at the highest,
Natsuno
so I
Minami
can't
has to do with
actually
my investigation.
speak any louder if that's what you're
But I
asking.
can tell you one thing for certain.
Unfortunately, my
We didn't
mouth
kidnap
is
her. If we had,
is not fully
there'd be
recovered,
no
so I
need for
cannot
this
project
investigation
as
in the
well.
first place.
My throat is not completely recovered. So if it seems a
you
little
giving me
soft,
your
I
word on
apologize. The
that?
best I can do is
Get
lower
back
the
to your
game
assignment.
volume, so I found a little louder by default. But unfortunately, I cannot talk louder, Gaming God. Apologies. Catch me next week.
Wait. There was something you said before. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. You said you hid something for me.
Oh, right. You told me to hide it. You don't remember, do you? It was in the passageway to the old school building. You were watching something. It was being shown through a projector. And you started crying.
A projector?
Yeah, and you were saying something about Four Eyes.
Mr. Ida. Oh, so sudden. My pills.
Shino no Me.
Does Go get bullied? No, she is suffering from her mind getting torn apart by an artificial personality.
Sorry to make you wait, Takamiya-san.
Okay, so we're at the front gate, so I'm guessing old school building is where we're at. But we could also go to the shrine. Let's go to the old school building. We can always go to the shrine later.
It wasn't too long after I transferred here. I saw her. She was near the old school building.
Did you guys watch the Game Awards? I like watching the Game Awards. It's like a mid-year E3 in terms of announcements and reveals.
I was thinking
People
there were
say
fewer
they don't
people
like
around
the
here.
way that it, you know, oh, it's too commercialized.
So,
It's
this is the
talking
old
too much about the
school building.
sponsors and the events and not enough about the awards.
heard it's gonna be
And yet,
demolished
this
soon.
year, if you look at the
doubt
numbers,
it
it's,
is
I think,
old.
quadrupled
It
the
was
amount
built
of
during the
audience
war.
that it did last year. So clearly
like a
people
shame,
aren't,
really. This place is
aren't
so
too bothered by
quiet.
it. I mean, you
Would've
can't
been a
argue with
perfect place
results.
to hang out. If I had been serious about my studies, I wonder if I could have gotten into Sakura the normal way. Yeah, right. Huh?
My ID is now registered. I'm shutting off your AI function. Search for it. It's somewhere in your memory. Look for the information on me and Mr. Ida.
It was all a lie.
Is this me from the future?
His love was nothing but empty words. Mr. Ida. He was using me right from the very start. I was such a fool. We are all that remains of humanity. And still we deceive each other. So filled with hate. I have had enough.
This can't be real.
Humanity has always been fated for ruin. Project Ark was a mistake. But it is already in its second stage. cannot stop it. All I can do is derail it. I have linked in parts of the terraforming project. The heavy machinery will then purge humans from all sectors. If everything goes according to plan, the final phase will be reset. And all sectors will fall into a never-ending loop. What remains will be a peaceful world. Finally free of humanity.
No, I couldn't have.
This place will be destroyed as well. The human race has reached its end. We have no need for a future.
What in the hell?
But to be honest, Shu didn't love her anyway. I think he loved Tomi. Even though he also likes Yuki. I don't know, it's complicated.
It can't be.
Hey. Wait a minute. You're the girl that was with Four Eyes. Shinonome, right?
It's impossible.
Are you okay?
Did I do it? Was it really me? I destroyed the world? No, I won't believe it. Mr. Ida would never deceive me.
What are you talking about?
There's no way. That isn't my future.
Just take a deep breath. Okay? Come on, stand up. Who are you talking about? Was it Four Eyes?
Julian, I just look up what's been announced to look up trailers for whatever sounds interesting. Couldn't care less about the awards themselves. I get that. I can't say I care about the awards themselves, but I do enjoy the buzz that goes around them. To me, it kind of helps me understand, I guess you could say, the zeitgeist, for lack of a better word. Because to me, it's just information, it's just feedback. I don't circle my opinions around what, like, say, editors from media outlets do, especially for an award show. That's not where I form my opinions. But I do, however, like comparing what I think about stuff compared to other people. I think everyone does. It's what makes discussion so interesting. Especially since, like everyone else, if a large clout or an award show justifies my biases, like say whatever, some other game won Game of the Year, all the people that love that game are just going to turn around and point and be like, see, it won Game of the Year, clearly it's the best game. And if it doesn't win, they're like, oh, it didn't win, well, this was the best game because I like this game more than everyone else, and therefore there must have been, it's all rigged, they were paid off, it's such a sham, I hate this stuff, blah blah blah. But to me, it's interesting to explore both sides of that.
If that's the future we're heading for, then what good are these?
Shit. Medicine? Here. Don't you need these?
Why? Why are you trying to help me?
Well, you're my senpai at the SIU, so... Oh, yeah. That thing is crazy. Is it a new kind of projector or something? Huh. So how do you work this thing? I want to see that video again. Huh? Hey! Are you alright?
Get that thing out of here. Please. Don't tell Mr. Ida. Don't tell anyone. Please.
And that's where we find her.
Can't believe you collapsed on me like that. Hey, whoa.
That car alarm you're hearing is outside the window.
You sure you're okay to
That
get
is
up?
not the game.
Here. It's your medicine.
Man, my next door neighbor, please do something. There we go.
Morimura made you take those pills too. It was the first thing she did when I carried you in here. Are you sure it's okay? To take so much of it, I mean.
I don't understand.
Just
Why
wanted
did you
SMT5
have my
news. Is
medicine?
TGS also in December? No, there's no events in December. TGS is among the last of it because June is E3. Gamescom is the month after, and I think TGS is the month after.
You threw
Or
the bottle
thereabouts.
on the ground, so I picked it up for you.
I threw it?
Yeah. Anyway, about that thing. Are you sure it was okay?
Huh? What?
The thing you told me to hide.
I said no such thing.
Are you trying to play games with me? You were babbling on and on about that damn Four Eyes. And crying. A lot.
What? Me? Don't lie to me.
What the hell is going on with this girl?
September? Yeah. Sounds about right.
It literally just happened. Shit, seriously? What are those for, anyways?
I can't think straight unless I take them.
I know, dude. Looks
Just
like bad news to me.
eating 5 at a time. Oh my god.
Oh. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Takami, please, just stay out of this.
Is something wrong?
No. It's just...
You don't look too well.
Have some
Maybe
pills.
some medicine would make you feel better.
I'm out of here. Alright.
Alright, let's do shoe. Wait, who had also?
Me?
Nice, alright. Oh man, is that fun not sends? I'm terrible about that now. Watch those pills just be placebos, they don't actually do anything.
Yo.
Alright. Lay me on the story. Real fast. What do we need to do?
Man, I'm really off my game today. All these weird dreams must be getting to me. And that show that came on in the middle of the night. Wish that was just a dream. Back in my dream, he called himself Tetsuya Ida. We look identical, but that's not my name, so... In my dream, her soul was in an android body. That's gotta be the craziest feeling.
Is she a delinquent?
What would
Yes
it
and
feel
no.
like, not having a body of your own? this dream's probably way. Man, she's cute. A bombshell like that, sending those curry guys to the hospital? Yuki Inaba's been hijacking the airwaves. Also, she can talk to me through the TV. She knows me somehow. Not just that, she says I'm the only one she can depend on. I'm still waiting for the punchline here.
Okay.
I see Yuki-chan. Maybe Yuki-chan's in the cafeteria. I should get going. Whoa! Yuki-chan!
Amiguchi.
Turns immediately away.
I was just thinking about you, and now, here you are. Destiny sure wants us to be together.
What the hell are you talking about?
So, Yuki-chan,
Didn't I tell you not to call me that?
you like Hey C? I heard
Killer,
vitamin
gotta
C
roll.
helps
You gonna
keep
upload the
healthy.
live stream? Yes. As soon as we're done here, I just added to the playlist, so you can check the playlist
Nachan used to drink it, that's
towards
all.
the middle bottom of the main page. And
You're
yeah,
really off the smokes
check out the
anyway.
VOD. Thanks for hanging out, though. I
So,
appreciate you.
need something else to focus on.
How about a date?
No.
You know, I came by bike today. Got it hidden away nearby. We could go somewhere right now.
No.
How about the beach? I know a place with a great view.
I said no.
What, you don't have any place you want to go? A place from back in the day? Somewhere with good memories? Got a place on your mind? Or is there a reason you can't go back?
Of course not. I just got to thinking. Reminded me of my grandma on my mom's side. Haven't seen her since my parents divorced.
You don't say.
You set me up.
Well, let's go.
What?
Let's go see your grandma.
What are you, nuts? She's not even in the city. Her place is in Hamanashi, a whole prefecture over. That's what I thought, dumbass. It's too far.
No, let's do this. I want to go too. That's just about 100 kilometers one way.
Huh?
Come on.
Hey!
This is the perfect chance to check something. After what I heard from the TV last night, I've got to find out.
Shukun, let me tell you where you are.
What do you mean? This is my house.
That's not what I meant. Think bigger. I'm talking about everything you know.
Hmm?
Everything in this city.
I was thinking the same thing right now. It's like, that's a huge key. What kind of bike does he ride?
It's an isolated enclosure. Just 30 kilometers in diameter.
An enclosure? But we still get news from all over the world. You're telling me we're closed off? No, that's too much. I don't buy it.
That's a reasonable reaction. So, I think you should go take a look yourself. I'm going to unlock a part of the Suwabuki bypass. You should now be able to see the truth.
Have you ever thought about doing a recap on the Monster Hunter Stories game?
To the outer
I
walls
haven't.
of the city itself.
As much as I love Monster Hunter,
Whoa.
I never got into Monster Hunter Stories. It just didn't look appealing to me.
this shit?
Huh? You say something?
You ever think anything through on the Gucci?
Hey, I can get us back within 2 hours. Home before sundown, easy. Don't worry about it. How about you tell me a little bit about your grandma?
She's out in the boondocks. Nothing but rice paddies.
Yeah?
Used to go to her place every summer. Walking between the fields in the mornings to do radio gymnastics with everyone.
No kidding! I did the same thing in the countryside when I was a kid.
In the afternoons, Grandma would give us some watermelon. We'd swim in the river and catch fish with our bare hands. Then we'd go catch cicadas off the old Zelkova tree, up on the hill behind the house.
That's weird.
What?
My grandpa had a Zelkova on the hill behind his
Oh wow,
house,
so they
too.
gave him all the same false
We'd
memories.
go catch cicadas off it.
Oh, yeah?
And the river, the watermelon. It sounds exactly like what I remember.
Not that weird. Doesn't everyone remember the same stuff from vacations in the country?
No, but that's exactly what is weird here. Well, we're almost 15 kilometers from the middle of the city. This tunnel should end around the prefecture line, so...
What the hell is this place? What's going on?
Huh. This is what she was talking about.
This sure doesn't look like a construction site. It just goes on forever, above and below. I can't even see the end.
The outer walls.
But what the hell is it? How do we get through?
I don't know if there is a way through. What if all our memories from outside town are fake? What if everyone's been convinced that an outside even exists?
No way.
I can't believe it either. How could I? It'd mean this 30-kilometer enclosure, this isolated city, is the only world we've ever known.
Did we get the thing that we need? Yeah, we did. Okay. So that was a revelation. Cool. Right. So we need TG and Lemire on the same team.
The invasion ends here. Understood.
Clear within 50 seconds. Many modified drum mine kaiju will appear. Great.
Got it.
Who needs experience?
Let's roll.
Shoot us. Ah, she only has.
My turn.
I know we're gonna lay down some flare torpedoes. Let's take a look at what we can unlock. We don't have that many points to use though. Let's see. I want to make sure everyone has the relevant armory stuff at +5. I know missile rain is super good. We'll let you cool off because we don't need you. But I think she could use some XP. Yeah, let's just upgrade these to +5, you know? Why not? Missile range is that good. The Hunter missile was pretty good. I think we'll just leave it +2 though, because I think it does deal a lot of damage already. Alright, we're going to be dealing with drums though. Crap, I upgraded her and I'm not even using her. Alright. One more flare torpedo is not a bad thing. Alright. We didn't have a lot of cash to spend, so we're gonna kind of roll with this. Alright. Have you checked out Sentinel Upgrades? I did. But there's still a lot of attack stuff I want to upgrade on what they have versus the pure Sentinel Upgrades themselves. The Sentinel Upgrades are expensive. Some of the things you can do, get the pilots to go for 3 rounds instead of 2. Yeah, but since economy isn't so bad, you can always just replay another battle. That's not that big of a deal. Alright, let's roll with this.
They just don't let up.
This seems pretty rough on you, Fuyusaka-san. You okay?
I'm fine. Everyone else is doing their best, so I can keep going.
You need to know when to use your support units. The Guardian types are especially important. They spike the D-Force's threat identification signals. It makes them think it's a high-priority target. They can draw attention away from us as a decoy unit. That can distract the enemy away from us and the terminals. The EMP equipment on the first gens can get us some breathing room too. Though it tends to draw their attention instead of diverting it. It can be a risky move.
I haven't used Guardian yet. Does
A true soldier faces his foes head-on with pride. I couldn't ask a better chance at glory.
That's right, Takatoshi. I'll punch it.
Stay calm.
First things first, set up a sentry.
Lend us a hand.
Enemy on the move.
Let's
Let's
see.
get it.
Still not used to this thing.
Let's lead off with some interceptors.
Enemy on the move.
Alright, so they're not shielded, which is good.
They don't stand a chance. Take that! Got one!
No fight I can't win.
Drop another one right here.
That.
Enemies!
How's that?
I can do this. Right?
Oh, there are shield generator guys over there.
Focus.
She's about to have
Stay calm.
heat right on there. Alright.
They felt that.
What next?
Alright. I wonder. Do we just... I don't see any big
I guess
kaijus
life
though.
comes at you fast.
Oh, you know what I didn't arm on him? Ground
I'll make it
rockets.
Let's
I meant to
see.
put ground rockets on him. I didn't do ground rockets. Alright, we're just gonna move up and punch people then.
Just watch. Enemies, we can do this.
I guess life comes at you fast. Here it comes! How's that? Is that it? Are we winning? My treat.
Not throwing away my shot.
There we go. Let's lead off with a missile rain.
Target confirmed.
Set up interceptors from you.
It was all pretty freaky.
Julian mech designs seem kind of uninspired. I don't know about that. I think they definitely feature more. They're meant to be more functional than form. They're not meant to look glamorous. If anything, they were modeled after construction equipment. That's what the lore is.
The practice round's over. I'll make it work.
Did I take out the Sentinel? I might have. Didn't take out that one though.
I guess life comes at you fast. Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. Number 12 just moving out. Better put on a show for you, John. Shield them. Much obliged. The practice round's over.
Before we get too crazy on this.
I deny you! Yes! Try again. Nail
What's our plan? Here we go.
Still not used to this thing. How's that?
Enemy signals detected.
What's the next move?
We have a lot of dudes everywhere.
My treat.
I can take them all.
I'll make it work.
We're gonna demolish blade you. Axe back attack. Easy peasy.
Not throwing away my shot. Leave it to me. Take that.
I can keep this thing moving.
Get wrecked! Nice! Give it up!
Let's turn this around. Here goes. Was that okay?
They were too danger close there.
I guess that did it.
We've got it rough. Hold still. Bullseye.
And pulse lasers are still so good. Armor piercing just
Let's see.
gets work done. Okay, where else can we go here? You're not flying, are you? No, you're just big. Alright.
Humanity.
Almost 13,000 damage.
Okay, what's the plan?
Don't screw with me!
That ought to do it.
Are we winning?
Oh, are we almost done?
Here goes.
Termination of enemy.
That was a fast battle, 30 seconds in-game time. Nice. Trevor, great game. Just got the platinum last week. Congratulations, by the way. You're doing great. Thank you. I'm having lots of fun.
Terminal closure complete. Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending tactical analysis.
Or not, the combat's more of an abstract representation. Yeah, think of it like you're looking at a tactical table rather than, you know, on the ground, street level, looking at the robots punching things. It's like you're looking at a tactical table. Think of it like
Some of our
that.
exhaustion as well. Actually, what do we know about this self-defense mechanism?
Universal control oversees the world through the terminals. But the defense functions refuse to respond.
It's
when
way
the
more
terminals
gameplay than you
under
get out of a
kaiju
normal
attack.
visual
The
novel,
mainframe
let's just
would
put it
go
that
down
way.
Without even noticing it was compromised.
So when it comes to the kaiju, the system's paralyzed?
You can pause with R3.
Operation Aegis is about covering for that weakness. The Deimos attacks
I think we're
open up
good, though.
vulnerabilities
We handled
so
that
they
pretty
can
well.
attack the terminals. We exploit those same vulnerabilities with some low-grade hacking to provoke the terminal's security.
We didn't even need to use the terminal. I was afraid that we were going to have to use it for a quick
Aegis system
EP
activates,
boost,
and
but
the
we didn't even
terminal
need it.
locks
We're
out the
good.
kaiju intrusion. If the
Missile
threat
rain
Deimos
obviously
is
helped,
a
just
subtle
leading off
protection,
with that, getting rid of as many
then
scrubs as
the more
possible.
obvious one. So it's a ruse. Like sounding a fire alarm with no fire to get people bounding out of their bunks.
Familiar shenanigans. Isn't that why they used to call you a no-account rascal?
Harsh
At any
words.
rate, that's why we can't activate it until the D-forces are close enough to the terminals.
Man, this is rough.
We did very good with damage control too, especially on Takatoshi, who normally gets beaten up a lot. Wow, Amaguchi took a little bit of a hit though, only 106 damage.
This time.
I think it's the first time Takatoshi did not get beaten the hell up. Bam! Give me that S rank. Thanks to the missile rain, that was actually a much faster battle, quite frankly. Yeah, we'll come back to a battle in just a bit. there's a lot about Shintaro that we have questions about. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. He was in love with Tomi, and then built an android, and put her AI in there, like a super creep. But I wonder why he is taking advantage of Ryoko, though. What's the purpose specifically with her? I guess we'll find out later. Okay, I think we're making good progress on the mystery files. Okay, who's low on the list? A, here we go.
Right. You're sure there are none of those men in black suits here?
Positive.
Real fast. Let me take a quick break. Let's get hydrated, and I'll be right back. Okay, back. Yeah, clearly we haven't lost our touch for battle yet. That happened so quickly. I feel like most people barely got turns off. I thought I was gonna need more sentry guns and mines.
But I haven't seen them at all this afternoon. Do you think they left?
I seriously hope so. Chihiro Morimura's objective. One with great implications. Especially for those from another world, like me. If Operation Aegis succeeds, we'll never be able to leave this world.
Would you consider doing a recap of the Samurai Dynasty Warrior games, or would you tell people to just go and read a history book or Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Well, you could do either, but since all the Dynasty Warriors games are just very, very fantastical representations of historical figures, there's not much you're going to get from a history book to learn about Dynasty Warriors.
She seems to have a particular fondness for me. It appears she confessed her feelings to me.
What was that rocket music for your break segment? You have good taste. That is the theme to Ghost Trick. The name of the track is Ghost Trick. I love Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick is one of my favorite sort of mystery games. I want to do a recap on it. It comes up in the polls very often. I'd be shocked if it didn't eventually win. I might just do it anyway. It wouldn't be too long. Any excuse to play Ghost Trick is good. There are a lot of games that I like that are like puzzle games, but they're not overt puzzle games. It's not like you're solving a Sudoku puzzle just straight up, like the end of 999. they're more cleverly integrated into the concept where the whole concept is solving a puzzle, but the gameplay is also solving a puzzle, and the gameplay just feels like normal gameplay. Ghost Trick is point and click, but it's a really fun one that really stretches your imagination and observation abilities. It's super fun. It's like Catherine. Catherine is a straight up puzzle game, but it's such an interesting, bizarre, dark, and engaging one at that. And Katamari, I love Katamari. Like, you're playing this game and it's fun, but you don't realize you're playing a puzzle game at the same time. It's just so cool. I love games like that.
If a random stranger like me is seen on campus, will that be a problem?
Oh, I don't know. Will it? But you shouldn't worry, especially with that uniform. It may be from the future, but it's still a Sakura High uniform. So you don't have to feel like a stranger.
When people tell me that they don't like puzzle games, it's like, maybe you don't like the way the puzzle's being presented. Like Portal. Portal's an excellent puzzle game, but when you're playing it like, that's not a puzzle game, it's totally a puzzle game. But you don't realize you're solving puzzles. It's just presented in such a fun and engaging way that it's not as dry as solve this math problem. You're thinking with portals, you know?
So tell me.
Like, those are really good puzzle games. I like those type of puzzle games a lot.
In the future.
I also like it when you weave it into regular game. Like I was talking about earlier, Perfect Dark. You know, you have to complete a mission objective, but the mission objective isn't always as straightforward as go into this room, shoot this dude.
No fair.
Sometimes it's find this thing and make it interact with some other thing you need to do, or figure out how to get past the guards, or do a variety of other things. You know, be stealthy, but you know, you still need to get into this room, how you're supposed to do it. You need to just understand what your tools are, what the options are, the environment. It's like, oh, if I use this little spy robot and send it through the vents over here and come out over here and maybe tase this guy or cause a distraction or set off the alarm or do something over here. You're problem solving. And that problem solving is the puzzle portion of it that I like it when games encourage you to naturally just rub your brain cells together. Or like an RTS section like this, where you are quickly thinking on your feet, you're adapting to a changing dynamic situation, and overcoming with the cards you're dealt at the time. I love that stuff. People say they don't like it, but they really do. That's why they love stuff like MOBAs, you know? The competitive aspect is there too, however, there's a lot of layered strategy there.
Is anyone just allowed to enter the nurse's office?
I personally don't like
There's
MOBAs.
no teacher
However,
there, so
that's
it's
mostly because of
closed
the
right
gameplay. I still support the
I'll
concept
figure
behind it.
something out.
So I love Dungeons and Dragons. It's still to date the best iteration of any board war game.
Yori, what's up? Hey, Usami-chan. What are you doing here? Well, he wanted to check out the school. So I'm just showing him around. Oh, cool. Yep. Anyway, we better get going. Alright, see you later.
That had to be her. The girl who delivered the message from myself.
Did you know the Digimon Adventure PSP game got fan translated? I did not.
Is something wrong?
No, I'm fine. Must have been my imagination.
Digimon is one of those that I like the concept. I don't particularly care for two of its conventions. The two conventions I don't like, and this is what I don't like bleeding into Pokemon as well, because I like Pokemon more than Digimon any day of the week. However, I don't like the naming convention in Digimon. I think ending everything with the word Mon is stupid. I don't think it's cute. I think it's very lame. And some of those names get very, very long. And I don't like overly long names. for a simple monster. I don't like that. I also don't like when beasts and creatures and objects turn into people. That bothers me. I don't like that. So that's why I hate it when I see a Pokemon design and its final evolution is a humanoid thing. When it starts as an animal, I don't like that. If it's a humanoid thing that turns into a different humanoid thing like Machop, I'm okay with that. If it's something like Litten, for example, you could have turned into an awesome saber-toothed tiger, but no, you turn into a weird dark wrestler Catman. I don't like that. I don't like any of the Gen 7 evolutions, honestly. Like, they all are cool at their base forms, and they all suck at their top forms. I don't like them. Primarina kind of gets a pass because it's a mermaid, and that makes sense for the fairy type.
What?
I think thematically, all the fairy types should be based on, like, mythological creatures and beasts, like Comfey's great because it's based on, or Comfey, or however you say, I can't remember. But it's great because it's based on, or even like the Klefki. People are like, oh, it's a bunch of keys. I'm like, yeah, but it's based on the concept of like lost keys. It's like any urban myths or monsters that are associated there, like gremlins or things like that. Those are great for the fairy type because they fit the fairy tale concept. I think those are great. Mermaids are fantastical mythological creatures. It fits the concept great. You enjoyed Monster Rancher? Can't join you in that enthusiasm, but more power to you, is what I'll say. But Digimon has had a good variety of games. On the gaming scene, Digimon, I think, has done very well for itself. They haven't been locked down by the inflexibility of Game Freak. Game Freak is the worst part of Pokemon.
These drawers are locked up tight.
What about Pokemon like Gardevoir, Gothitelle, and B-Sharp? Well, B-Sharp gets a pass because it started as a little Mongoloid guy, and he just turned into a bigger Blade guy. Like, that's okay. Same thing for the Gothitelle series and the Gardevoir. See, they weren't animals that became humanoids. They were already humanoids that just became bigger humanoids. I'm still not a fan of the humanoid concept. I think we could do better than that because there's so many... Like, there are monstrous humanoids, that's just how it is, but there's so many other animals that I think are just better examples of, like, this I feel is a good Pokemon. Like, I love how all the ghost Pokemon are based on ghost stories. I think that's super cool. I even like the Pokemon that are based on just mundane objects. Like, oh, what about the ice cream Pokemon? I'm okay with that. Or the trash Pokemon, I'm okay with that. If you're okay with muck, which is just literally a pile of shit, then you're okay with everything else. You have no grounds to complain.
Medicine? Oral NM.
Is there something else on top of the desk?
These are student medical records.
Yeah, the thing I don't like is, like, say,
Out here.
Rowlet turning into Decidueye. I don't like that. That is dumb. I like the name Decidueye. I do not like it being a sniper ghost owl. I don't like that. Being a sniper ghost warrior is not what that thing should have evolved into.
These are student medical Nothing else really stands out here.
I look at it as an expression of animism. Honestly, that's a good way of looking at it. Because, yeah, there are a lot of objects that can partake and even conceptually have a soul to it. Especially something that's celebrated among a culture. Like, if a loaf of bread was animated and it was like a toast Pokemon, I think people would be okay with it. Most people look at it and be like, it's literally a piece of toast. I'm like, yeah, but it celebrates that culture's love of bread, for example. And so if they did that, I would be okay with it because there's a thematic reason behind it. But I don't think a bird should turn into a dude. I have a problem with that.
I managed to borrow the key to the nurse's office. and all I had to do was lie to the teacher. Please, my classmate skinned her knee. Oh,
What's wrong?
well, it's just the two of us in here together, all alone.
She was hoping for something to happen. She's like, oh no, I'm all here and vulnerable and nobody's gonna interrupt us, and oh, you're walking away.
Are you looking for something, Akun? It must be really important.
Bird dudes are great though.
Let's see.
Kos, I mean, yeah,
There has
but
to be
Kos
a
didn't
spare
evolve
key for that
from
desk.
a Rowlet.
And it's probably somewhere
I have
in
no
the
problem with
teacher's
bird
lounge.
people.
Okay.
I have no problem
make
with
up
that.
another excuse.
However, I do have a
I
problem
might
with
be
a
able to get my
bird
hands
turning
on it.
into a birdman. Especially when the bird evolves into a bigger bird and then evolves into a birdman. Just, no, stop that.
The label's a bit different, but it lists the same medication. Oral NM, C0204. Just like the bottle I picked up before.
Like, we have like 8 different cats in Pokemon. You know? We have 8 cats. And yet we don't have a unicorn. Well, I guess we do with Galarian Ponyta. We don't have a Pegasus is what I meant to mean. We don't have a Pegasus. Like, Ponyta, especially its Galarian form, should have evolved and gained wings and become a flying Pegasus. Like, it should have been like a psychic fairy types, because it's just a mythological creature. There's so many animals we have that they have not covered, or in my opinion could afford to do better. Like, personally, I would like another shark. Yes, we have Sharpedo. What else do we have? And Sharpedo's an evolution from a piranha. Like, come on, let's do better. Let's just have an actual, like, a hammerhead shark or something like that. Let's have a hammerhead shark and do something with that. Or a flamingo. Like, oh, we have Aromatisse. I'm like, yeah, you do have Aromatisse, but it's not a flamingo. It's just a pink bird. Flamingos are pretty distinct for their long legs and their long neck, and you don't have anything like that.
Let's take a look at these student medical records.
We don't have a dolphin. Exactly, we don't have a dolphin. We don't have a dolphin
She was
Pokemon.
given
What the hell?
C0204.
We have over 900 Pokemon, and we don't have a dolphin.
An outdated transceiver for communication purposes. It has a very limited range.
I don't think we have a peacock either. We definitely don't have a Stegosaurus. We need more prehistoric Pokemon. I'm so mad that they don't constantly have prehistoric Pokemon in every gen. Like, what, we only discovered 6 fossils ever? Come on, man. Or, like I said, a saber-tooth tiger.
Morimura. She's been administering this drug to these students.
Like, I like my favorite Pokemon are the ones that are based on animals. Those are my favorite ones. Every gen has them that are based on it. Like, when Gen 8 came out and, like, I saw Caporaja, I'm like, dude, a proper elephant Pokemon. That's legit. Like, look, Donphan and Phanpy are cool, but they're little tiny stumpy pygmy elephants. I want a big-ass elephant, and we got a big-ass elephant. I'm like, thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
The nurse's office is closed. Come back when... You better start talking.
I like how he's quicker on the draw.
Are you working with them?
This is what you wanted me to do.
What I wanted?
Hey, what is this? Sekigahara, wait! Don't shoot! You too, Megumi. What are you thinking? Hey, Megumi!
Well, that de-escalated quickly.
I only followed you out of sheer curiosity, but what in the world just happened with Megumi?
Not a thing.
Then there are Galar's abominable fossil Pokemon. So here's the thing. At first, I hated the Galar fossil Pokemon.
What's your problem?
And then when I read the lore behind them, I was A-okay with it. Because if you didn't
I'm
know,
going to look for Megumi.
the Galar fossil Pokemon are all like actually normal ass cool looking Pokemon, but they're all misshapen, like horribly misfigured, one half of one Pokemon on top of the bottom half of another, and they are freakish sins against God that should not exist. And they know it. They are constantly in pain. They wish to die. And the whole thing is that all of them are a parody of how early paleontology, especially in Britain, they would just dig up bones and then just force them together and make up the monsters that they allegedly were. And I'm like, oh, that makes perfect sense. So it's actually actual in-game historical and in-game lore that backs up that, where it's like, these are horrible abominations that are not meant to exist, and that's based on what we did in real life. And I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty clever. So I give them a pass. Now, would I like their proper forms to come out as different forms? Yes, I would. I would like their proper fossil forms to come out. Like, especially if we have a different region where it's like, yeah, those people in Galar, they don't know what the hell they're doing. These are what these fossils were originally supposed to be. And then we get that. So if you play both sides, I'd be even happier with it. But I also originally hated them until I learned more, educated myself.
That girl with the braids. I know I've seen her somewhere. But where? Damn it. Come on, think. That's right. She's...
But yeah, like, I want a proper Triceratops, and I'm not talking about Shieldon. That thing's not a Triceratops.
Maybe this place isn't entirely
It's a step in the right
abandoned.
direction, but it's not what I want.
This terminal should be able to tell me where I am.
I do love the Pachycephalosaurus.
Quite a bit of android information.
Ooh, it'd be cool if we could
here.
have like a proper like
This all
Velociraptor.
looks like research data. Here we go.
When we got like Tyrant, I was so
Number
excited. I'm like, oh my
6.
god, it took like 6 generations for a T-Rex Pokemon.
So,
I was really excited for it. I love dinosaurs. They're my favorite animal in general.
current year is
And so to me, more fossil Pokemon, please.
2104.
They don't have to be great. They just need to be there.
I've shifted 40
We sure
years
as hell
into the
have
future.
a lot of dinosaurs we can use. Even just use the popular ones from Jurassic Park, like Dilophosaurus. Like, use that. How freaking cool would that be?
An android. Is that what this place is being used for? What the hell? I keep getting these terrible headaches.
But don't make the dinosaur turn into a weird person. I knew that was gonna come alive.
This looks bad. Another one? No!
Oof, dead.
The light. Maybe
Alright,
this
that
place.
is clearly not the way to do it.
There's
Probably had to turn things off.
quite a bit of So,
Over here.
Oh, nice.
Unless you want to die, you should stop snooping around. The surface is covered in lethal levels of radiation right now. Go up there and you'll cough up blood until you're dead.
who are you?
Well, clearly, I'm just a hopeless busybody.
Or like a giant Spinosaurus. Like, use the popular dinosaurs. We have so many examples.
How much do you understand about the current situation?
And same thing like everyone else has said. How come we don't have an evolution of every single type? What the hell? Come on now.
I don't know why, but I ended up here somehow.
Give me a winged
I have
Eevee.
no idea what happened.
Then allow me to fill you in. I'll start from the end. The Sentinel, or you rather, are compromised. You've been infected with code DD426.
Code DD4. What is that?
It's a program that's been implemented into you.
Well, into the nanomachines in your body, to be specific. Its main function is to sever a portion of the nanomachine. The part that's cut is physically connected to the brain. And that region of the brain is where memories are stored.
Of course.
Your brain suffers damage each time a connection is severed. You can lose your memories. Or worse, become a husk.
Is that why I've been getting these headaches? I've had them ever since I got here. This is all so sudden. I'm not entirely sure I can believe her. But I do keep getting these headaches. And I definitely don't want to become an empty husk.
Either that or another Pokemon like Eevee. Like what Noggin suggested, to use the other half of the type chart. Yeah, I guess, but Eevee's already so damn marketable.
Why would anyone want to do something like this? Is this irreversible? Can I try deleting the code?
That's not possible. Access to your nanomachines is restricted. Once a code or program is implemented,
It's Fox Die.
there's no way to delete it.
How long do I have before I become a husk?
Depends on the intensity of the infection. Or how much time you spend inside the infected Sentinel. The longer you're in there, the worse it'll be. Let's assume the infection is moving slowly.
One thing I do think is cool in
Just spread to
Pokemon
your
that I
entire
think
body.
is a good way to
It'll take about
incorporate
a month.
gameplay into the
That's the
concept of
best case
evolving
scenario.
stuff is
Worst case,
finding more
maybe within a
creative
few
ways
days.
to evolve Pokemon.
A few
Every
days.
single gen you get something that evolves in a very weird
I
way.
may
Not
not
just
be
a
able to
stone,
remove
not just
it.
levels. It evolves in some
But
weird
there
ass
is a
way.
way to
Now the
delay
least
its
cool way
effects.
is trading. Like trading helps sell the original games. I don't appreciate it now, even though we're more connected than ever. But I think cool stuff like I forget what the name of it is, but the one where you have to like spin the whipped cream and based on the 8 different ways you can spin in the direction and the speed and the duration, it turns into a different color of its evolved form. Like that's cool, you know?
Fortunately, I discovered
Or like
a
the
nanomachine
Stonehenge
right here.
Pokemon, you have to
I found it
be
by
injured and then
analyzing the
go
underground
under
mainframe's
the
data.
Stonehenge
It is a
and it
facility
evolves
that
that way. I
researches
mean,
future
stuff like that's cool.
technologies, after all. I can create a code that'll temporarily stall the effects.
Stuff that's different and interesting. Just surprise and delight. That's
Let's
what I'm
make a
asking.
deal.
What?
I need a small favor from you. It's nothing complicated. I just need you to get me out of here. Not anyone can use the shifter. Only those who possess nanomachines can use it.
So that's how she got out. Even though she blows up later.
I have to ask. What's a young girl like you doing in this place by yourself? I see. The androids here are wrapped in a human-like skin. Just like you.
Living tissue over a
This-
metal endoskeleton.
Yeah. It's pretty easy to see the damage on this skin. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag now.
What do you talk about, the Stonehenge Pokemon? Yeah,
That's
I
right.
can't think straight when I'm thinking about
Okino
this.
mentioned something
But
about
there's a
this.
Stonehenge Pokemon,
He said some
in
AI
Gen
stole
8.
an android and escaped.
and the way to
Tsukasa
evolve it.
Okino, huh? You should ask him about DD-426. No one knows more about it than he does.
Is that so?
So, how does my offer sound to you?
I don't really have a choice.
Then it's settled. I'll give you some pills for your headaches right now. Wouldn't want you to forget about our deal.
Okay, I'm thinking Stajourner. But that's not, it doesn't evolve. I'm thinking of something else. There's something else involving the Stonehenge formation that makes it evolve. And I remember you have to be damaged to do it. What am I thinking of? It's been a while since I played Sword and Shield. Okay, that's right. That's how you evolve Yamask in Sword and Shield to its relic form. That's what I'm talking about. I was thinking of that. I was thinking Stonehenge and then thinking about evolution, but I was thinking about a different Pokemon. I played the main titles, and then I put it down. I haven't touched it in like a year, man. I also didn't play the expansions because I think they are a bad deal. They're a good deal if you've never played Pokemon before, and you haven't already caught literally everything there. But to me, the value proposition for someone who's already done all the things, and just getting the exclusively new stuff is not a great deal in my opinion. There's a lot of great quality of life stuff that's in there, but not a great deal. Alright, let's do some of his sick stuff. Then let's do Tomy again, and then we'll do another battle. But some people like different stuff with their Pokemon. There's some people that love the humanoid Pokemon for whatever reason. I don't agree with their reasons, but they do.
I met Natsuno-san over at the shrine. She ended up dodging my question. What was she doing there? She attends the same school as Jiro-kun. At least that's what he told me. Nothing's changed today either. I need to figure out how to take back the Sentinel. Then I can find a way to return to 1945. Though, I can't seem to reactivate it. I've tried countless times, too. I hope I didn't break it. If there's a mechanical issue, I'd love to take a look at it. But security around the building's been tight lately. Now I can't get too close. The kid that lived next door to us was killed in an air raid. Children in this era don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so count your blessings next time you bitch about your circumstances. About whatever trauma you think you're going through.
I can't just sit here.
Man, I don't know about you guys, but on my YouTube recommend, they always try sneaking in, like, we think you might be interested in this drama video. I'm like, I am so not interested in YouTube drama. And there's some subcultures of YouTube that just have the most amount of drama, it seems, or at least what they suggest. It's like, I do not care about makeup artist drama. I do not care about any of that. I don't even watch any makeup artist channels. Why do they think I care about their drama?
Ayame Park. This is where the factory used to be. Chihiro? Is it really you?
What business do you have with my little sister?
Who are you?
I'm that child's older brother. Is there something you need from her?
No. She just looks like a relative of mine.
Let's get going.
I wonder if we get Goto through this.
Chihiro. If she's still alive.
I remember when Pokemon was first being advertised in Nintendo Power in a magazine. It was Pocket Monsters. I think it was like 1995, you know, a year before it came out. And they were thinking, this is a game called Pocket Monsters. It's really big in Japan, but we don't know if it's going to do well in the United States, so it may or may not come out. But it's just a big deal, so we're going to report on it. And I was reading, I'm like, oh man, I hope this game comes out, because I loved RPGs. And I'm like, dude, imagine an RPG where you can have 150 units, and you can customize every one of their movesets, and you can have a team of 6. That customization is nuts. Man, nobody's doing anything like that. And really, nobody was doing anything like that. Were there monster capture games? Yes, there were. Were there RPGs that had huge rosters? Yes, there were. But was there a very simple, elegant combination of the two? No, there wasn't. And so when it filled that void, it filled it, you know, it hit a niche so well that there were so many people, especially given how marketable Pokemon obviously are, that it just took that niche and ran with it.
Get it together, Keitaro. She have more. Despite I saw when the war supposedly ends in that history book. August of 1945. If that's true, then Japan loses the war in just 3 months.
Megami Tensei was doing in the 80s. Remember what I said though. Nobody was doing it to the scale and the simplicity that Pokemon did it. Megami Tensei does not make things easy for its crowd. And besides, over here in the States, we wouldn't see anything like that until way later.
Sakura High School. It looks nothing like the school I attended.
Do we want to enter the school grounds? I guess we're in here already, so we might as well.
It's still here. It's been renovated, but I do recognize this building. If this is the school building, then over there...
I find it hilarious when people get older and they forget how old they are when they talk about games that they like, and they're upset about how they got older for the games that they like, and it doesn't cater to their crowd anymore, their age demographic. Like, for example, Pokemon is catered, yes, primarily to a younger audience, even though literally everyone can play it and does play it in some way, shape, or form. Like, everyone from age 9 to age 90 plays Pokemon in some capacity. Doesn't matter if it's Pokemon Go, or, you know, Pokemon Brush Your Teeth or Sleep, or Pokemon the actual games, or whatever. Doesn't matter. Everybody's touching Pokemon in some way. That's why it's the biggest IP on the planet. And I'm not even exaggerating, it actually is. If you look at the gross, it's worth like 96 billion. I always tell people, especially when like, oh, Pokemon, that's a fad, it's gonna die out. Marvel superheroes the biggest thing. It's like, it may surprise you to know that Marvel makes like 40 billion a year. Very impressive. And Pokemon doubles that and then some. It's like Pokemon just makes more than every other IP. More than Star Wars, more than Mickey Mouse, more than Hello Kitty. It is the most profitable IP on the planet.
Do they not use this building?
Nobody makes more money than Pokemon.
This building was
That is just a
brand new.
fact.
Now the floorboards creak.
Which is why it has so many
Walls scratched
pretenders.
up.
Was it the first to do what they do?
Really
Nope.
has been
But did
40
anybody do it
years.
better? Also nope.
Before the... If she's...
But it's always funny when people are like, ah, why are they making the next Pokemon game for kids? They should make a more mature one with serious stuff.
I have no idea what's happened to
It's
her.
like, you do know that when you probably got into it, you were
alive
probably a lot
somewhere in this
younger,
world.
just saying.
Why were just the
Like, why does that bother you? Like, how dare children enjoy video games? I want to enjoy video games. It's like, what are you're listening to yourself? It's ridiculous. Just let people enjoy video games, good lord. video games are
This is where I
serious
waited for
business.
Takatoshi-san,
They're sophisticated
and
art.
Tamao-san came to see me off. How
You can't make
strange.
jokes about video games on this subreddit.
It almost feels
It's like,
it
oh
was
my
all
god, get
just
over
a
yourself.
distant dream. All right, enough.
No
This
kids
isn't the time to
allowed.
be getting sentimental.
Valerie, Nintendo became filthy rich from Pokemon. It certainly did, although it was filthy rich before. That is simply one of its stables. Like, Nintendo has an unbeatable first-party lineup. If you look at annual video game sales or lifetime IP values, just the fact that they have Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon under their belt means nobody comes close to them. Even one of them, nobody comes close to them. It is not even close. The only people that come close is Call of Duty every year. But even in terms of lifetime sales, especially when it comes to marketability, people ain't buying like Call of Duty t-shirts like they're buying Mario and Pokemon and Zelda t-shirts. Let's just put it that way. You're not buying plushies of Call of Duty dudes. They didn't just make a game. They made... What's the word I'm looking for?
Miura-kun.
They made a market. I think they just want something to grow up with them and they're upset that Pokemon doesn't. Yeah. Which is ironically a very immature way of thinking about it. Ironically.
Megumi-san, thank you again for the bento you gave me. I found a nice spot to eat it by the Kaide River.
Metroid is one of those
Bento with
unfortunate
meatballs.
properties. Here we hope that
Quite
Metroid Prime
luxurious.
does well.
I was
But
very
Metroid is one of those
impressed.
properties that is
Oh,
good and is
they were just
great and
regular
as
old
polished as
meatballs.
Nintendo is.
Nothing special.
Man, they don't give
But
that much
I'm
love to
glad you liked
Metroid. I feel so bad for Metroid fans. Metroid fans are still trying to get a game. Still trying to get a game that's in some way as good or better as a modern day interpretation of Super Metroid from the mid 90s. It's been almost freaking it's been over 20 years, 25 years, and they have yet to see like a game like that. Well, what about Metroid Prime? Well, Metroid Prime took elements of that and adopted it to 3D, but it's not quite the same thing. It's like Mario 2D versus Mario 3D. It's the same concept of being a platformer, but it's not quite the same type of game. So you have the Prime 3D series, and then you have like the side-scrolling like Super Metroid series. And yes, there are many games that incorporated the Metroid idea into itself, but man, Nintendo has yet to just make a
What are you
Metroid
doing out
game.
here? Are you looking for someone?
I tell people, even say what you will about the story, but Metroid Other M is the closest thing you're going to get to a 3D modern day Metroid game that actually does a good job of it. Because the gameplay of Other M was actually really good. The narrative, of course, is messy and very unlikable to many people, but the gameplay is solid.
I'm trying to find
Except for using the
Natsuko-san.
motion controls. I didn't like using the motion
Would you
controls for
happen to know
Miss Laming.
where
That was
she is?
stupid.
Minami-san? She should be in the track room. The athletic building's over that way. Want me to go check?
No, that's okay.
Oh yeah. So for
Yeah,
dinner
Edgar.
tonight,
Gotta wind down for the night. Have to get to
I
work
think I'll
tomorrow.
make Hamburg
Get
steak.
some rest then.
You seem to really like it.
You mean that giant ball of meat?
Hamburger meat, yeah. It's Jiro's favorite. So try not to come home too late.
Hamburger, something they call.
Those meatballs they call hamburger. I've never had anything so delicious. Enough. This is no time to be distracted by food.
That's not what Takatoshi would say. Feel even worse for the F-Zero fans? Oh, dude, the F-Zero fans. Yeah, you want another licensed property? Does Nintendo own F-Zero? It's been forever since they made a game. Who owns F-Zero? F-Zero is owned, yeah, it's owned by Nintendo. Yeah, the last F-Zero game, when was that? When was the last F-Zero game? We're going to pause because let's look at the tragedy that is F-Zero. The last F-Zero is F-Zero Climax, which didn't even come out in America. It came out on the Game Boy Advance in 2004. The F-Zero fans have been so shafted. Don't forget Mother. Well, Mother is kind of an interesting example because Mother is not like what I would call a franchise. When you make an RPG series like that that's so intertwined itself and story focused, it's best not to oversaturate it. Besides, they did have what is it, Mother Zero or something like that come out just the other year. Mother got some love recently.
Natsuno-san's over there.
Animal Crossing used to be like
Everyone's staring at me.
a mid tier for Nintendo,
glad
but
I
ever since
found
Animal
Natsuno-san.
Crossing New Horizons came out, like it did
But I
well,
don't
and then
like all this attention.
when COVID came out, and then just the feature sets that kept happening, all the day one issues people had with Animal Crossing got completely swept under the rug, and Animal Crossing just became like the darling of so many people.
Hey, you. You've been standing there an awfully long time. What are you doing?
I'm waiting for Natsuno Minami.
Minami? How do you know her?
And how old are you?
Looks like a middle school uniform to me.
No, I'm,
Seriously? You guys have to be so nosy?
Natsuno-san.
Come on, let's go. Sorry I took a while getting changed.
It's fine. I said I'd wait. So, whenever you exercise, you all change into outfits that show your legs? That's fascinating.
He's like, I love the future.
Anyway, you kinda showed up at school out of nowhere. Everything okay?
Yeah, Renaud has it right, where Mother's creator was... It talks about personal issues. You can tell there's a personal touch to it. That's not something that you make a franchise out of. When it's a story, and that story's done being told, that story's done being told. It's not a series. It was a couple of games, but the story's over. Don't you dare try to water it down. That is disservice. That is disservice to it. So I do not want another Mother game unless they have something they want to say and something they want to do. That's not just for the sake of marching out a Mother game. Don't do that.
Now here you are.
That is insulting.
You must know something about all this. About how I ended up in this era.
But let's talk about how they still can't make a Star Fox game.
Tell me what you know.
That's, jeez, how do I put this?
What's that one Ubisoft game that had the Star Fox expansion in it? It was a Toys to Life thing. Came out the other year. And actually, you got it for free. If you actually want to go to Uplay right now, you can get it for free.
Look,
It's part of their Christmas giveaway stuff. Star something. But first of all, that game was like the best Star Fox game to come out in the last decade. It bothers me that they tried making Star Fox twice. With Star Fox 64 and then Star Fox 0. Like, you tried making the same game twice. Instead of remaking the same game twice, they don't want to make a new game. Star Fox is another one where it's like, I can't tell which is worse. The fact that they don't make a game, or the fact they don't make a new game. Or the new game they make is just a version that's not as good as the... Well, it is better. I think Star Fox 64 is much better than the original. But they just keep redoing the same game. Actually, literally the same game.
The old school building. We can go in there?
Yes. It was open.
Alright.
Remember when Metal Gear Solid 2 was the last one? Yeah, remember when Kojima kept saying over and over that he wasn't going to make video games again, and then Konami just slapped money in his face, or he decided that he was getting cold at night, and he was like, oh, I actually want money, so I'm going to make a game now.
We should be good here.
But yeah, even if they make a good Star Fox game, people aren't really going out for those flight combat games. Like even Star Wars Squadrons that came out recently. First of all, ain't no Rogue Squadron. But I have to admit, like it's very niche. Space combat games don't sell well ever. It's a very small niche. Is it worth it?
Can you keep it
Fox is almost better as a Smash Brothers property than as his own series. Same thing for Captain Falcon. It's not like Fire Emblem, where Fire Emblem, ever since they came back from literally the verge of death with Awakening, has been putting out games that have sold more and more and more, and Three Houses killing it. I don't like the design way Three Houses went. I'm not talking about the school life part. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the way they chose to implement their skills and their classes. I don't like it. But the game itself was great. The focus on storytelling was great. The story they told was great. The characters you get so attached to, you know, that is success for Fire Emblem. Ironically, it took success in a narrative way and not a gameplay way. Go figure.
Looking for the robot
very rare.
And I'm
so Fire Emblem's in a good spot. People like Fire Emblem.
Does the word Sentinel ring a bell? That Sentinel from back in 1945.
What other properties are Nintendo neglecting?
There are a few of them too.
How does she know about the Sentinel?
Not Pikmin, because Pikmin 4 is still in development, allegedly. It's been in development since like Shin Megami Tensei 5 was announced. They announced Pikmin 4, and it's been in development since. Lord knows where it is.
Those babies are capable of time travel.
Yeah, the story in the last hurrah of Fire Emblem Awakening, that is such a Cinderella story, where it's like, well, this is actually going to be the last one we make. Let's just throw everything in the kitchen sink in, and you know what? That made it so damn good. That's why Awakening is my favorite Fire Emblem, because they throw everything in there. They are not restricted, and they do everything. They do everything well. There are so few complaints I have about Awakening. It does everything so well. God damn, that game is so good. But ironically, it shot itself in the foot in the Ocarina of Time fashion, where it did so well that the next few games just try to copy what it did. And so they end up just kind of being pseudo-watered versions of the same game. They're all good for different reasons, but they're not quite that Awakening high. Now, because the Switch is selling bonkers, and has been, actually, it just celebrated its 24th straight month of being the highest selling unit for consoles in a row. Like 2 years uncontested. And everyone's like, yeah, well, you know, the new consoles were coming out. I'm like, yeah, well, it you know, last year, still the same thing. People still buying tons of video game consoles, trust me.
I don't care who's responsible.
The fact that the Switch is selling more than all the Xboxes and all the PlayStations combined is crazy. It is a new golden age for Nintendo. And they didn't even need another golden age. They still make so much money. So this is just even more money that they make. And like, you don't see people reporting on it. They're just like, oh, you know, the Xbox sales or the PlayStation sales, and they don't realize you're competing for like 40% of the market.
Isn't this actually a type
like, you have two companies that are squabbling for 40% of the market when 60% of the market is completely owned by Nintendo. And Nintendo's like, yeah, you guys can just, you know, fight for the scraps. I'm just gonna be here counting my fat stacks of money.
If he's just a scout unit, explain how he can talk. Don't be a jerk, Mirakun. BJ isn't some kind of robot. This is just a spacesuit.
Until he becomes virus infected.
Come in all shapes and sizes. My guess is
hashtag not all aliens.
The only thing inside that suit is BJ's brain.
Why are you searching for the Sentinel? What's your objective?
To uncover the truth.
The truth?
They started Fire Emblem was trying to overprice DLC.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
but the
about?
DLC for
I
Fire
came
Emblem has
from
been pretty good,
1945.
except for Echoes. Because if you don't have to get all the DLC, but if you
My
do,
log.
you not only get a lot of good stuff, but the two things I always recommended people get when they got Fire Emblem, you didn't need it, but it made your life so much better, was the grinding map pack. Because it gave you maps that let you grind XP, money, and all the legendary weapons. So if you wanted to become as OP as you absolutely wanted to, you absolutely could. And it was only like $5-7 to get like 3 maps that let you do whatever you want. Like, that's totally fair. And not to say it's pay to win, but all of the Ashen Wolves are all top tier. Like, they're all so good. Every Ashen Wolf for Fire Emblem Three Houses is better than, like, as good as or better than the existing units in the game. Every single one of them.
This log. If you really
Like, oh, you
have
want an
it,
evasion tank?
I'd like
Everyone's
to
like,
see
oh,
it.
Petra, Petra, Petra. Especially if she's a Pegasus Knight. It's like, ho, 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 ho. Yuri doesn't need a Pegasus to become, like, 130 of Void. It is nuts.
Takamiya, can you hear me?
Balthus just is the best of everybody's tank. Like, everyone's like, oh, I like Raphael. Well, what if Raphael was faster and could heal himself and also was, like, more dexterous so he didn't miss all the time? Like, that's Balthus. And also just looks better.
Everything goes smoothly with the shuttle?
I was able to secure a seat thanks to you. It'll probably be the last shuttle. This place will be lost by tomorrow, too.
Has the front line advanced that much
Because
already?
story-wise is not great, but
Afraid so.
like value-wise of what you're getting in terms of units and the actual just stat blocks that you're getting, you're getting among the best. Like, you get your money's worth.
So she's there with
Now
you.
the thing with Three Houses though is that even on its hardest mode, Maddening, it's not as hard as like Lunatic and previous Fire Emblems because of all the flexibility.
Mom!
Whoa.
There's my girl. You know I'm only kidding. I didn't think you
Wow, I
wanted to
did
talk
not
to me
realize
anymore.
that Yuki was her
Of
mom.
course I do. I'm sorry about all the trouble with your father. He and I haven't been on good terms since we split up.
It's okay, Mom. I want to be with you.
I know. Me too,
The
Natsu.
DLC for Three Houses is terrible.
Yuki-chan's my mom?
I'm sorry, Professor Takamiya. The shuttle's about to take off.
All right. I'll see you at Sector 3 in 14 hours.
We'll be waiting for you at landing zone 10.
Looking forward to it.
The destruction is spreading.
Well, I don't know about the other DLC, but I could definitely say that I think
surface is lost.
the Ashen Wolves part was definitely worth it. The other parts of the DLC, not great. I will 100% agree with you there. But the Ashen Wolves part specifically, that part is good. The battles are more interesting. They're more like classic Fire Emblem maps. Way more challenging. Shorter, of course. It's only like, I think, 6 chapters or whatever. And the units you get are among the game's best. Like, you can't say they're not good. None of those units are trash. All of them are good. You may not like them, or you may not feel the need to use it, which is true. You don't have to recruit anybody in Three Houses. You can use your base house just fine through the game, even on hard mode. Fire Emblem Three Houses is arguably one of the easiest of the modern Fire Emblems.
That doesn't make sense.
But that doesn't mean you can't have fun.
How's this even
And there's so much
possible?
good stuff to love about it. Like, the music in Fire Emblem Three
My
Houses is
mom
fantastic.
In the future?
The maps are huge, which means mobility is primo number one. Most everybody's at 50%. Alright, let's do Tomy and then battle. Xenoblade 2 had better DLC and better DLC practice. It only had one DLC thing, though. And I'm not talking about all the different like costumes and stuff like that. Because yes, Torna, especially as a standalone game, is good, but you're kind of comparing apples to watermelons here. It's not the same thing.
Welcome back, Usami-chan.
Because if you can say like, oh, Torna's really good. Yeah, well, Torna's a bad DLC if you compare it to Blood and Wine of The Witcher. The Witcher has way better DLC and DLC practices than Xenoblade. So,
When all this
I mean,
happened,
it's all relative, isn't it?
school, right? Maybe
It's not about being the best, it's about getting a good value as a consumer. Three Houses, like Ashen Wolves is good value. Torna is good value. Blood and Wine is exceptionally good value.
You know, you might be onto something, Miwako. The school. Morimura was always there.
One thing though that all the Xenoblade games have in common though, and this is something I was talking about earlier with a friend, is that they all have a lot of bloat. There are like hundreds of side quests that are just dumb fetch quests. They are very not significant. They don't add or impact anything. They are just fetch quests for the sake of being fetch quests. They're very copy-paste, low-effort quests. They're just there to pad out game time. Now, is that a bad thing? It's not a great thing. But does it drag down the whole game? Nah, all the Xenoblade games are great. But just being real, they don't have the best quest structure. I'd rather have quality over quantity.
Shikishima planned to colonize other planets. And the kaiju were tools for terraforming the surface. What are they doing here in the past?
The characters aside the maps it has are just bad? Ooh. You are going to have to defend that statement, my friend. You are going to have to justify the statement that the 4 Ashen Wolves are bad units. You are absolutely going to have to defend that, because from a growth perspective, from a class perspective, from a stat perspective, they are top tier. Like, it's not even an opinion. You can literally pull up a stat chart and look at like all the good values, and you will see the Ashen Wolves there. They are toe-to-toe with any of the game's best units, and better in some cases. So you will have to defend that statement. It's fair to say you don't like them. Like, I don't like the way they're designed, I don't like their voices, blah blah blah, but that's, like, factually speaking, they are not bad units at all.
About my apartment. The whole building was destroyed. Oh no. And
especially since recruitment-wise, you can get them as early as Chapter 2 is unbeatable. You can get them before you get almost literally every other student. So their accessibility and their value is unbeatable.
we checked out the kaiju. Turns out it's not
The maps the
monster at
DLC
all.
come with are bad.
Not an
Yes
alien
and no.
weapon either.
So the thing with the maps the reason why I was talking about is they remind me of older Fire Emblem games, because older Fire Emblem games were usually smaller, more condensed maps, and they were objective based. Three Houses doesn't have them, any of them. Almost all of them are open field, very wide, and combat based. That's why you can just easily put Byleth on a Pegasus or Dragon Knight, depending on the thing, warp them, and then fly over to the boss, kill them, and win the map. It is so easy to win Three House maps compared to older Fire Emblems where you couldn't really do that. Older ones, you had to stick with the group, you had to watch out, balance mattered, and you had to play objectives. Like, defend this point for X many turns, go over there and hit that switch and come back alive. There are traps everywhere. That was my classic Fire Emblem that Three Houses did not do for the mass majority of their maps. Ashen Wolves did that, so even if the quality may not be as good as like the other ones, which is, you know, regardless of the statement, the design of the maps is better than most of the game's actual maps. That's what I'm talking about.
I wonder what else we can find.
We're trying to get to not Kaiju and not Kisaragi. Sakura High School.
Let's go back to the school.
What about that second year? We just gonna leave her here?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I'll stay here with Senpai. You two go on ahead.
Appreciate it.
We'll come back as soon as we can.
Hey Gideon, how's it
Running
going?
like that. Rough roads over here.
Because that's what happened with Fire Emblem Fates. That's the reason why they split it between those two versions before coming into that third version that combined the two and had a true ending. Was because one version was like modern Fire Emblems, and then you had like Conquest, which was more like classic Fire Emblems. You had more objective-based maps, more defense points, more holding choke points, less opportunities to grind. You know, you had to use the units you were given and make them work with every battle strategically. That was like classic Fire Emblem. That's how Conquest did it. And that's the value I saw with the Ashen Wolves, because they designed those maps, few as they were, to be like classic Fire Emblem. Which, you know, may or may not be appreciated.
Well, aren't you cool? It took a while to get here with that blocked off road.
Because classic Fire Emblem, you couldn't just pause in between chapters and grind forever. You couldn't do that. You couldn't just give free stat points to people. You know, you didn't get a guaranteed +2 stat boost for every character, no matter how bad your roll is. You could go on a level and get no stat boost in the old Fire Emblems. That's just how it was.
But they expanded into aviation and
You actually had to use your armored units.
During the war, they
Armored units in
weapons R&D.
Three Houses are so useless.
And now they make everything.
Like, oh, but I had a really good unit. Yeah, it's cool, but everything that armored unit could have done, you could have just done better with somebody else. That's the thing with Fire Emblem. It's like Three Houses, that you have the freedom to mix and match whatever you want, that even not optimized combat units can still win the game, even on hard mode. But here's the cool part of Three Houses. It's still fun and likable for it. Because again, the focus wasn't necessarily on the gameplay, which is give or take a detriment. It was on the story and the narrative that it presented, which was really good.
That's one gnarly robot. Another kaiju thing?
No.
Because, you know, in most Fire Emblem games, the story is background.
Sentinel number 13.
But as time has gone on, more and more installments, they focused more and more on the story.
We got kaiju fighting robots now? The future's wild, man. But I guess in the end, it lost, huh?
I don't know what they're going to do with the next Fire Emblem. If they're going to make it even more story focused. Watch them make it a visual novel, and occasionally you have map battles.
The last time I saw this thing,
Wouldn't that be funny?
it was right before I got taken away.
Renat, thanks for checking out the stream. Appreciate you hanging out.
She's not here either.
Get some rest.
Kisaragi-kun. Please don't trouble me any further. Come. We must evacuate.
Just give me a second. I'm not leaving without my mom.
Interestingly enough, I've seen some Three House speedruns that make good use of armor units. Sure.
The Deimos invasion has already begun.
But you can just easily speedrun Three Houses just with Byleth, your house leader, and Lysithea. That's all you need. If you just want to beat the game. And give Lysithea, you know, warping, and that's all you need. Because your house leader and Byleth will just two-man army everything in the entire damn map.
I'm going to take them on.
They don't need anybody else. Anyone else is just a luxury.
There's no one else who can pilot it but me. Sorry to rush you, but we're running out of time.
I'll go when I find my mom.
Miss Morimura.
Change of plans. Juro Izumi's made his choice. His nanomachines aren't going to hold much longer. If we don't begin the test now, we'll miss our chance. The evacuation can wait. Hurry and bring that girl over.
Watch that be the end of the chapter. Oh my god, I was joking. Damn, that was a short chapter. Alright, we need Kurabe Yakushiji. Not a problem.
Let's go.
Let's go. Understood.
I'm on it.
Alright, let's make sure the people we have, like A. Alright, so he has ground missiles unlocked. Good. He has ground missiles unlocked. Good. And sentry. Okay, so places a guardian at the target area. So that's what they wanted us to do, is to throw down a sentry that draws aggro to everyone. You know, we might actually just do that. If we can just throw down a guardian. We're gonna do that. Shit, that's not what I meant to do. Alright. Does she have armor piercing anything? Just her ultimate attack. Damn, okay. Well, sentry gun it is. At first I started writing back, you know, like a year ago, a guide for 3 houses, like I did for the other Fire Emblem games, and I stopped when I realized, wait a minute, none of this matters. Literally none of this matters. They designed the game in such a balanced way that it doesn't actually matter what your choices are. You're gonna be fine. You are going to be fine. Ah, that's cool. Guard exploded. That actually is pretty cool, that her guardian explodes when it's used. Just gonna upgrade you. Other than Demolisher Blade, he doesn't have any armor piercing stuff either. I guess he's just a straight up brawler. Alright. There's a lot of FE tubers who make guides on 3 houses, sure. And you know why they made tons of guides on them? Because they themselves know that nothing matters, so they can milk the same content over and over and over. Like, how many times can you put a tier list out for a character list that doesn't matter? How many times can you just say, hey, use your house leader, any of the Ashen Wolves, and Lysithea, and that's literally the best team you can get in the entire game. How many times can you say that over and over? Like, here's ways to reduce, like, weight customization. Whatever. You're just... That's just... No offense to any FE tuber, but you're just fishing for content.
Forgive me. I need a moment.
Okay, we're good. Alright, so we have both of those 2 on the team. Various long-range specialized kaiju will appear. Alright, so it's a good thing we got sentry guns then. And these two are snipers and long range. We're good. We're good. To me, just because somebody else puts out a guide on something, that's not a reason why I don't. Like, there are tons of Dungeons & Dragons devoted channels. And yet you think that's going to stop me from making my own Dungeons & Dragons? Just talk about how to beat up players guide? No. Because first of all, none of them go for the how to beat up players guides. And second, like, I'm doing it because I feel like it. Like, every other reason why I make a video on my channel, I make it because I feel like it.
That's not all. We've got ground-piercing missiles on the field now. Those units are probably gunning for the terminals. You'll need Sentinels who can work on anti-air defense. If you can't shoot them down, this'll get ugly.
If it comes down to it, I can be the decoy. Flying bombs aren't enough to bring me down. I have to focus.
Alright, first things first, let's get a kill net going.
Back me up.
We must win. Need help. I won't give up. We must win. We must survive.
And we're gonna drop a floor torpedo right there.
Don't let up.
We're gonna do anti-air defense flares. That looks good.
Gonna be okay. Definitely.
You're good. And you're good. We're just gonna have you guys
Let's
chill.
keep it together.
I'll stop them. How's the Sentinel? What's the plan? Don't waste
Let's
it.
go, Sentinel. I'll show you.
What's the plan? I don't think so.
I won't give up.
And we'll just send out the interceptors.
What now?
Actually, Jiro, you can just chill out.
What can I
You're
do?
good.
Don't let up. I don't think so. What now?
Alright, now let's go out and start shooting people.
What can I do?
Got it, Watson.
Okay.
I can help.
I need an EMP right there.
Gonna be okay. I need to. We must win. Take that.
How's the Sentinel? Don't waste any chances.
Is that a flying one? It is a flying one, isn't
turn
it?
now. What's the plan? Can't no room for it.
Alright, first things first.
Let's turn this
We
around.
need you to EMP there.
I'll handle this. Was that okay?
Oh, did that not hit them? Oh, jeez. That was a waste of a turn.
Let's do this. Enemies ahead. Signatures from above.
Okay, my turn now.
Okay, they're flying shield units. Okay. I don't have anything for that.
No room for hesitation.
Gotta do something. Hold up! Get it! Yes!
What now? What's the plan?
Alright, first things first, we're gonna kill these shield guys.
That work? How many left? They're targeting this place.
We must win. I've got you now. What's the situation?
This is actually a tighter battle than the last one.
Deploying decoys.
What's the plan? Good. New D-forces?
Let's get it.
We're gonna stun the hell. Actually, we're gonna wait for all you to get right there, and then we're gonna stun you. Man, putting him right there into a kill zone. I was sleeping on Guardian. Sleeping on Guardian. We're gonna leave with this though.
Don't waste any chances.
How is this not back attack? Thank you.
Here goes. That work? Neutralized.
There's still hope. There, got it. Did I? Thank you. What to do? Gotta keep it together.
I'm in range. Don't let up. Take this. How was that? Nothing special.
That wasn't anything special. That sucked. Everybody's super close. I'm really glad I put the missile nut up though.
Attack landed. Enemy destroyed.
Don't waste any chances.
Can I get a back attack on you? Which way are you facing? Something that sucks is trying to figure out facing in this. Alright, we got back attack there.
Good. Target destroyed.
What to do?
Now we're gonna EMP stun you now.
Hold up! Get it! This isn't so hard. Here goes. They felt that. Got him!
Just a little off the top there.
We must win. Take that! Did I?
How's the Sentinel?
With an enemy threat range.
I hear ya. I'm really not gonna get the back attack on that? Really? Okay, fine.
You were done. How was that? I need to get out of that. Okay. Just watch. I'll stop them.
Man, nice ground clearing on that. Those rockets did work.
There's still hope. Let's do this.
Clear out those shield units right there. You... What is that? Oh, that's my decoy. Okay. Yeah, Guardian has bumped itself up, because if those guys were not distracted and just swarming me, man, I would have had a bad time.
Come on. Good. How many left?
Gotta keep it together. Give up. How's that? All right. I need to think.
I like all this is happening in the middle of missile rain.
Don't waste any chances.
Nice. Alright, we're good.
No room for hesitation.
Got hot there, but we're good.
Number 11. Moving out.
Must win. Take that. Was that okay?
That's it. That hit. I did it.
Let's go, Sentinel.
Cool. Alright, all that's left is that guy.
This isn't so hard.
We're in a good spot.
Watch this. Score. Did you see that? Yes, someone did exactly what I do. Take that.
I need to get that one shield unit out
Waste
there.
any chances.
Go over there and punch this thing in the face. Oh, it's not a shield unit, but it's shield it is.
Done. That work?
Alright.
Neutralized.
I'll just... I can help.
Just need you to move a little bit closer.
Getting movement. Did I? What to do? Yes.
I have to focus. I'm on it. Got it. That hit.
Gotta keep my spirits up. Hold up. Get it.
What's the plan?
And we are going to cut you from behind is what the plan is. There we go.
Did that do it?
Man, he only has 4,000 damage, yet somehow Takatoshi can get 12,000 damage out. Same thing for Nenji. Why is his so much weaker?
Did I? They won't get
Maybe it just had that much more health. I don't know.
Here goes. They felt that. I beat him. Yes.
How's the Sentinel? What's the plan? Number 11. Moving out.
Survive. I'm ready.
Nice, we killed that thing with just basic attacks. Though pulse lasers are very good. Armor piercing, good damage. City took no damage, by the way. That's okay, we had more missiles on our right.
If other waves are going to be this missile heavy, we'll need to improve our anti-air defensive flares.
Yeah, so far I only have A with anti-deflare.
Torpedoes can take out missiles as well.
Understood, Juro. I'll keep an eye on their missiles.
Maybe I haven't noticed it because I constantly spam flare torpedo.
Exactly do you know all this stuff? You sure you're not Juro Izumi in there?
I'm sure. But I know him, and I know what we're up against.
Oh, interesting dialogue there.
Guess we pushed them back.
Sure took a lot of damage there.
How long is this battle gonna go on?
Kaiju nerd. CQC. Gotta learn the basics of CQC. Nice, nice. Give me those mystery points. I think we have a couple of more. I thought we had more red ones up here. Maybe not. Alright. Get that. Interesting that we don't have a picture of the Tamao android. But there's an android Tamao running around. Okay, so I thought he died. He just fell unconscious. Okay. Alright, we'll do one person's chapter and then we'll finish out the night with another battle. Let's check in with Megami.
I'm home. Oh. Juro.
What is it? You're making a weird face.
Huh? Well, because of what happened on the roof today.
The roof? What are you talking about?
Fluffy. He really did alter his memories. It's nothing. I'll start.
So about halfway through the game? I think we are. We're halfway through on most people's stories, and I know we're halfway through on the battles.
You can't eat that for dinner. It won't take long, so hang on.
Don't mind my incredibly squeaky chair. If we save, it'll tell us. Alright, so we are 42% through the game.
Just a bit. Okay?
I really just wanted some ramen.
Now to the ongoing story of the American helicopter crash.
Huh?
During a routine flyby, a U.S. military helicopter clipped Sakura High School at low altitude and crash-landed into Ayame Park.
A U.S. military helicopter? That was definitely a Sentinel. Did Fluffy do this too?
Interesting.
What a nice evening.
Fluffy.
Fortunately, there were no injuries reported in the aftermath of the US military helicopter crash.
First gas explosions, now helicopter crashes. Human cities really are the worst.
I know, they're so dangerous.
Change the channel for me, will you? The buttons are too small for my cat paws.
Juro's memories of what happened on the roof. You really did erase them.
You gave me no choice.
But if you can do it so easily, what's to say you won't do the same to me?
How do you know I already did
Nothing
it?
really.
So it's possible that you won't restore his memories, and are just using me for your own personal gain.
If I was a bad guy, sure.
Let's just put it this way, do you have any other choice but to trust me?
There was no US helicopter crash. It was different from the one Juro was piloting, but it was a Sentinel. Altering the news is part of your powers too?
You think cats are some kind of little furry gods?
You're no cat.
Well, duh. It'd be pretty crazy if there was a talking cat wandering around. Wait a minute. What if you're the crazy one? Maybe I'm just a figment of your imagination.
He's having fun with this.
Maybe there's no such thing as magic.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Clark's 3 laws, huh? Well, guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. I'm a cat-like robot from the future. I even gave you a secret gadget. Oh yeah, the time machine's inside your desk drawer. Wanna check out my 4-dimensional pocket?
Quit messing with me.
Being gaslit by a cat. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
The Deimos Code. By sealing those that hold power, we'll be able to defeat the kaiju. That's what you said, right?
I said that you all wouldn't have to die.
Tell me what you're really trying to do. Otherwise, I won't help you anymore.
That's going against our contract. Fine, I'll make an exception this time. Even if you seal the witches, the kaiju will still come.
Then what are we sealing them for?
This is a game. A game of survival.
I was about to say a death game? Okay.
I've simply been readying the playing field. And now the witches will join in the fight. They'll have no choice but to take their sentinels into battle.
Then, what I've been shooting them with is...
a magic that forces them onto the battlefield.
No.
Anything can be resolved with a magical spell. A happy ending for everyone. You know that's not the way it works. Your world's future is on the line. You need to fight to win it. I'm just here to watch it happen. You're talking to me way too much today. What does it matter to you who I am anyways? Your only concern is for Juro, right? I've been looking for memories in that busted brain of his. It's like trying to sift through mud, and it's all for you. But
So
if
you should
want to
appreciate
break our
me.
contract, then I'll stop right now. It won't be hard to find someone more capable than you. An honest girl who actually wants her wish granted. Now, if you plan on upholding your end of the contract, then I need proof. I want you to shoot your friend. Tomi Kisaragi. She's a witch.
I can't do that!
Remember your contract. Remember it real good.
Like, does she have to face them though? Like, why can't she just shoot them in the back? the day Fluffy arrived.
Juro. Why are you sleeping out here? You're gonna catch a cold.
Don't wake him up.
You again. But how?
I said, don't wake him up, idiot. I'm fixing him.
This prank is starting to get on my nerves. I don't want to be a part of it anymore. Is someone trying to test me?
You really are a suspicious one, aren't you? Your cute girl charm is quickly wearing off. It's time to start accepting your reality.
But talking cats don't exist.
That's right. And yet here I am.
I love how sinisterly bizarre this entire episode is with Megami.
Even better, I know your wish. Hasn't Juro said anything to you? Something about his dreams, perhaps?
Now that you mention it, he did say he had a dream about getting in a robot.
Yes, I've been digging through his memories.
Will that make him remember everything?
Maybe, if they're still in there. I can find memories and put them back into an empty head. Pretty amazing, I know. Well, that's the end of your trial period. I gave you a preview of the benefits you'll get from me. Anything further requires a contract. Fine, I'll answer any questions you have. And then you have to decide. After you agree, there'll be no more questions. I expect you to carry out your duties with no complaints.
Let's say I do agree to this contract. How do I know you'll hold up your end of the deal?
You don't.
Well, aren't you rude? Cats are free spirits, but they are not con artists. A cat who betrays his word is nothing more than an animal. If you don't trust me, then say so. You're only wasting time.
What exactly are you?
A magic cat, obviously.
You said you came from a world that was destroyed?
That's right. My world was destroyed by Deimos.
Deimos. You mean the kaiju, right?
You heard that from Juro Izumi, didn't you? The curse that summons them. That's the Deimos code. And all the witches in this world are affected by it.
I still wonder if it's Prisoner 426 or whatever.
Can you tell me more about the witches?
They are those born with the power of magic. Piloting Sentinels, using gates. It's only a fraction of their power.
And Juro is one of them?
That's right. He's a witch too.
The Deimos code. You mentioned that before. You said it was a relic of an ancient civilization?
A terribly old relic. From a magical civilization that existed millions of years ago.
But if it's from that long ago, humans would have still been apes.
It's pretty crazy, right?
Julian, how come it's never a talking dog? I trust a talking dog over a cat any day. Well, you just answered your own question, Julian, because all the talking dogs out there did a very good job of making sure the people that knew about it stayed silent. Again, because they trusted them more than they trusted talking cats.
What will I have to do to fulfill my end of the contract? At least a general idea.
Your job isn't hard. First, I will give you one of my magical tools. You will use that to seal the witches.
Seal them? What happens after that?
The Deimos code will call the Kaiju. If you seal the witches that have access to it, you will be able to live longer than you are fated.
That is so deliciously big.
Ask me something. If you're not going to ask anything, then make your choice.
That is really a choice.
You can fix Juro, right?
Sifting through someone's head is what I'm best at.
Okay. I will accept your contract.
Then it's settled. Now, this should go without saying. But this agreement between us, if anyone finds out, the contract will be broken. And you'll never see me again.
What's your real name?
Call me whatever you want.
Well, I don't know then.
You called me something when you saw me at school. What was it?
Oh, Fluffy.
Now, how lame. Not very original, are you? Lots of things are fluffy. Well, whatever. I guess that's fine.
He looked at me again. Are you hungry, little guy? So cute. Look at it.
Just
He looks so
kicks the
soft.
cat.
Oh,
Throws it into traffic.
he looked at me again. Look at that. Are you acting all high and mighty last night? I bet he just likes the attention. Look at his fluff. Oh.
Megumi. I feel like we haven't talked in forever.
Yeah. Good
Me
morning,
too.
Usami-chan.
Morning. I'll catch up with you guys in a bit.
You don't want to go with your friends?
You're my friend too. Or did you forget that? Well, anyways, I noticed something the other day. It was how unusually quiet your room was. So you can understand my surprise when I saw that all your things were gone.
Right. I'm sorry for not saying anything.
It's okay. Just kind of feels like a waste. Not taking advantage of the apartment Shikishima got for us. Huh. Then again, they are Showa-era buildings. So I guess they're not that great. So, where are you living now?
Oh, at Juro Kurabe's house.
Hold up, you're living with him? Seriously? You have Morimura's permission for that, right?
Well, probably.
You've changed, Megumi.
You think so?
You've been way more proactive since you came here. Which is a good thing and all, it's just... well, you know, he's not...
He's not what?
I know that. But I don't care. Since the day Juro showed up, no matter how much the world might change, I decided that I would always be by his side.
Oh. Sheesh, Megumi. But I get it. I'll help any way I can. We're friends, you know? You can talk to me about anything.
Oh, right. Thank you.
So as a friend, I need to shoot you in the face. Does it have to be the face? Debatable,
Tommy.
but I do need to shoot you.
I don't deserve your friendship. I hope one day you can forgive me. It's time. I have to shoot Tommy.
And the guy walking by is like, I didn't hear a thing. Interesting, it gave me I'm a liar as a thing.
Okay then.
Usami-chan, wait!
What now?
I changed my mind on the melon pan. Make it a chocolate cornet instead.
Ooh, chocolate cornet sounds delicious.
Come on.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
So Yori wanted egg pon? No, it was an egg sandwich and strawberry milk. And for Miwako, yakisoba pon and melon pon. No wait, not melon pon. She wanted a cornet.
What's wrong?
Hey Megumi. I lost at rock, paper, scissors.
Brutal.
So I have to get stuff for everyone from the cafeteria.
Whoa, how many people did you lose
And
against?
I'm the one who suggested it too. Oh, right. I gotta hurry.
Yeah, there's always some weird creep who always gets all the yakisoba pan. Don't know who it is.
Animals.
Kisaragi.
Oh, good timing. Hold this.
Hey.
Alright. One more time.
He's like, hey. But he's not really putting up that much of a fight.
I need to buy something too.
Fine. What do you want?
Oh, Anpan.
I thought you didn't like sweets.
Huh? I like sweets.
Well, whatever. I'll get yours too. Keep holding that.
He's totally whipped. But he doesn't look like he minds.
Megumi?
Takes 30 seconds to pull a trigger.
No. If I see her face, there's no way I'll be able to do it. I have to shoot her when she's not looking. Tommy.
Huh? You trying to buy bread too, Megumi?
Yeah.
Want me to get something for you too?
Oh, no. I'm still looking.
If you don't decide soon, there's gonna be nothing left. Okay. Out of the way, you nerds!
I like the way the voice actors deliver this.
Tommy, please forgive me.
Blam, blam, blam. And everyone's like, what the heck?
Tell me, what happened? Are you okay? Just hang on. Don't push yourself. Are you okay?
And that's how she got the yakisoba pan.
No.
That's hilarious.
Anpan.
Do you need me to take you to the nurse's office?
Huh? The cafeteria. Why are you here? Oh, right. Rock, paper, scissors. What else did I need to buy?
I almost want to stay here and grab that yakisoba pan so I can give it to Takatoshi later, but I guess we go.
That girl.
Tommy.
Whoa, how'd you beat me here?
Hey you! Hang on a sec. I saw you. You did something to Kisaragi in the cafeteria, didn't you?
Huh? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Hang on. Don't play dumb. And this isn't just about Kisaragi. Can't remember it exactly, but you were the one who helped me before. I think. Is that right?
Please stop. If you don't leave me alone, I'll call for help.
I can't you were the one who helped me. Is that right?
Please stop.
Make a break for it.
I guess that answers that. It was her.
Alright, one last battle and we'll call it a night. I went in a slightly creepy direction. Alright, aerial kaiju again. This isn't good. We need 3rd and 4th units, but we only have 4 units, and most of them are brain dead. I guess we could reset by doing a simpler battle. What was an easy battle?
Leave it to me.
Leave it to me.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
I guess just roll with those guys. Yeah, what am I overthinking this for? Alright, so this will be a quick battle. Just to reset the counter on these guys.
Multiple Daimo signatures confirmed. We're starting to get even more of them.
That's weird. What do you... There's...
Good timing.
How do I...
My time. I'll make it work.
I ought to be used to fights by now.
Thanks.
Stay calm. Lend us a hand.
What's the plan? No room.
Not throwing away my shot. Where
Don't let up.
I like this music track.
My turn now. No room for hesitation.
What's our plan? Not throwing away.
I guess life comes at you fast.
I won't back down.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
Number 12
Where
moving
are
out.
Enemy on the move. A hit! Threat suppressed.
They're like any other punks. What do I do?
What next? A fine hit! Enemy down! What's the
They're
plan?
like any
My
other
turn now.
Take this.
Good. Nothing special. I'm an easy target.
Boy, overthinking it. I'll try.
Number 10, moving out.
What's the plan?
That's a lot of guys.
Here goes. That work?
Ah, that's a lot of damage.
They're like any other punks. No point in
The practice round's over.
And see what we can do about getting it back attack on you. There we go. I see, so they're shielded, but that shouldn't really have mattered too much.
Stay calm.
I'll stop them. Not throwing away my shot. What's our plan? The database has been updated. I guess we have number 16 to thank for that.
Those little buggy bastards are even faster now.
Then, even that Jeep.
Yeah, sure. Do that one.
How's the Sentinel?
We got it.
Signatures from above.
What's the plan? Number 11, moving out. Come on. Good. Neutralized.
We can do this.
I won't. They're like any other punks. Class is in session. Take it. You like that? Let's
Focus.
Alright, that was good, but
Stay calm.
enemy
too
on I guess
late.
life comes at you fast.
nice.
Humanity.
What do I do? Signatures from above. Stay calm. Number 15,
They're
moving
going
out.
for me. Stay calm. Remember your training. Target confirmed. Did I get it? Enemy unit
What
destroyed.
do I do?
I want to centralize these guys to where
Please hit.
that was stupid. There was a shield unit right there.
Picking up enemy heat signatures. Don't waste any chances. Move. How was that?
Oh, nice. I did not think that was gonna work, but I think CQC specialists prop that damage a lot higher. Nice. And I'm just gonna have you move right over here.
fast. Number 12, moving out. Try. No point overthinking it. Chew on this. Got him. That's what you get.
All too easy.
Confirmed. I'll make it work. Take this.
I'll take it even though it's not back attack.
Senseless. What's the plan?
I like how it's like I don't have an AoE attack, I just have a giant chainsaw blade. I guess this will just have to do the trick.
Don't waste any chances. Number 11, enemy signals detected.
Signatures from above.
They ought to be used to fights by now.
We'll just go back this way.
Number 10, moving out. Not throwing away my shot.
Is it overkill? It might be.
They don't stand a chance. Take that.
There we go.
Got one. Don't let up.
Don't have to murderize everything.
Come on. That work?
How do I... Stay calm. Number 15,
I guess
moving out.
life comes at you fast. I'll make it work. I guess life comes at you fast. They're going for me. What the? Where'd they come from? They're in my... No point overthinking it. Come on! Yeah!
Nice. 2-hit combo
You
there.
got? Unbelievable. What next? A practice round, I guess. Unbelievable. How's the Sentinel?
Unbelievable. I just love the way he says it. Unbelievable. Acting like an amateur. Can I really not get behind this guy? Alright.
Target destroyed. Thanks. I'll try. Let's see. They're like any other punks. Locked on. They're targeting what's our plan?
Counter missile sounds good.
Target confirmed. I hit.
Nice.
No, I'll make it work. Might ought to be used to fights by how's the Sentinel?
And that should be game.
Good.
Nice. Good work.
Termination of enemy signals confirmed. Aegis activate.
Yep. All this is old. None of this is new.
Guess we pushed them back.
Okay, now we do our new battle. We should have a lot of refresh people now.
Well,
Not bad.
Kisaragi, hope you're watching out there.
It's funny that he likes Tomi as well. Tomi's very saucy, very likable. No, alright. Alright. You're good, out. Alright. It's only 3rd and 4th generation. These are aerial ones.
Someone's gotta do it.
I didn't realize Goto was almost level 20.
Here goes. No problem.
Let's go.
Is Jiro going too?
No, Jiro's not going to. Yeah, why not? Get you up to +5 because we like those. Get this up as well because these we like those. Ooh, gravity missile sounds kind of cool. Good control. I'm sick on those. With all this missile rain and all these flare torpedoes running around, come on. Oops. Alright, we're good.
Something coming from up top.
Daimo's signature's identified. Stay calm and let the Sentinel analyze it.
I know that one. It's another of those huge carriers.
No, it's similar, but we haven't seen this one. Probably a new model of the Terra carrier.
Looks like they've got squadrons of flying weapons. Natsuno-san, get ready for anti-air combat.
Right!
It's interesting that the more we see the story, we see the different subtle relationships between many of them. Like, didn't know that Yuki was Natsuno's mother, apparently. And crazy that she didn't recognize that either. Or maybe she's not. Throw a shield up first.
Oh, thanks! We must survive. Gotta keep it together.
As long as I can keep this thing.
There's still hope. Gonna be okay. Definitely.
Alright, that's
We
okay.
will not lose.
It's better just to let,
Do this.
you know, a little time go down.
How's that?
Work down the clock.
We must win. I'm counting on you. Let's go, Natsuno. Gotta keep my spirits up. Enemies, gotta keep it together. Go away! Hit! All right! I need to think things through. Take that!
Okay. What's the plan? How's that?
Not throwing out. Better put on a show for Yuki-chan. My treat.
Enemy on the move.
Apparently, he gets more stats the more females are on the actual team, which is kind of funny to me. That's a lot of dudes. I wonder if we just lead with this.
Leave it to me.
So, what's my next move? I'll handle this. Was that okay? Did I? Let's go, Natsuno.
Hmm.
Get it! Yeah! There's still hope.
Alright, they're good, they're good. Are my interceptors gone already? Yes, they are.
Outright, I can't win. Clean 'em up.
Are we winning? Gotcha. Bingo. Oh no, you don't.
Enemy spotted. We must win.
Hmm.
I've got you now. Got it. They won't get past. Gotta do something.
Oh, this dude's right there. How did I miss that? Hmm.
Just watch.
I need to EMP that carrier.
All right.
What's our plan?
Target confirmed.
Did I catch it right? Better put on a show for Yuki-chan.
That's a lot of dudes. Holy crap. Alright.
My treat.
This isn't so hard.
Alright.
I'll show you.
We're just gonna carpet bomb the area.
Just watch.
Okay,
And there are a lot of dropships coming in too.
I won't back down.
So many lines. Look at all that. You can't even see the saturation of numbers. Actually, that's pretty cool. Ironically, this, and they designed this specifically, is because they're spamming a lot of units, but at the same time, don't really have single target. And we need single target damage. Hunter missile would be great, but they're all flying. Anything about EMPing. If you didn't have all these AoE abilities, you're probably having a bad time with this battle.
I'm counting on you.
Are we winning? Your turn.
What's the plan?
I guess since we're just, you know, spamming a whole bunch of attack stuff, I guess I can talk about other things. Still working on Valkyrie Profile 2. It is such a joy to that game. Let me tell you something. That game, it reminds me of something. In the emphasis of trying to get things so photorealistic, there are so many games like that that just focus on having a good art style. And it is a beautiful looking game that still looks good today, even though it's 15 years old. It is staggering how good the models, the environments, the details look. And you'll see it when I do the recap, but at the same time, like, yeah, this game looks good still. And it's because of the art style choice they had, the attention to detail that they did. They didn't just try to focus on having super realistic emotional faces. And it kind of makes me miss that, because in the emphasis of us trying to constantly have very realistic looking clothes and faces and hair, just stuff that looks good just in general. It shouldn't be forgotten and lost.
Did I get it? Okay, let's do this. Nice. You're stressed. Nailed it. We must survive. Take that. Ha! They won't get past
Enemy on the move. Target confirmed.
Wreck 'em. That's what I'm talking about.
Hold up. Hit.
I didn't hit both of them? Oh, I thought I was gonna hit both of them. Shame.
Watch this. They felt that. Shit.
Better put on a show for Yuki-chan. Don't miss.
Haven't played it, Julian? I understand. You just collected it because he was cool and, you know, it was worth it.
Still not used to this thing.
Look at all the little bits devour them, like piranhas. It's so nice.
That do it. Give it up.
We're just cleaning up at this point. The gameplay, in my opinion, holds up because I liked it then and I like it now. Now, like a lot of Tri-Ace games, the combat is an acquired taste. It wasn't popular then, and it probably wouldn't be popular now. It's a very unique combat system, like the first Valkyrie profile. It approaches combat in a different and interesting way. Tri-Ace is often willing to try new things when it comes to their combat. I always applaud them for it. It doesn't win them many medals in a lot of people's books, but at the same time, they're not willing to be chained down by regular conventions. Really? You're alive with like 1 hit point.
I won't back down. Here we go. A hit! Threat suppressed.
Hope I can pull my weight. Don't miss. Nice. Just watch.
There's still hope.
Look at all the little bits just swarming on them.
Yes. They won't get past me. Gotta keep it
I don't have to do anything, you're dead.
This is all pretty freaky. Termination of enemy signals.
That actually almost took 50 seconds. That was a long battle. But yeah, Valkyrie Profile is my favorite of the Tri-Ace titles. They've made a lot of good ones. A lot of people love the Star Ocean ones, but I really like Valkyrie Profile, especially the first two. Especially the second one. But one thing I just improved is like, man, this is one of the things where like a focused, cohesive art aesthetic can beat quote-unquote photorealistic graphics, which are only going to age with time. It still looks good. And I'm like, man, how do PS2 games still look this good with the right art team? And there are just so many modern games that just get faces wrong when they're trying to make it look so realistic today. I think they can slightly get away with it because they go with a slightly anime look, but at the same time, man, this stuff looks good.
Guess we've got a moment to catch our breath.
What's up? There's rubble everywhere down on the ground. I just tripped.
Jeez, you're shaking like a leaf. Let me see it. Looks like a scrape. I got some bandages on me. Give me your hand. Man, yours are so soft.
Oh, Takamiya-san.
Careful next time, okay?
Whoa, what the? Why is my heart racing right now? Wait, does that mean? But I didn't think I was. I mean, what if?
How suggestive.
Whoa, what's got you all blushy? It's not like that. I'm not cheating. A-kun's the only one I need. Where the heck did that come from?
Stuff on PS2 aged like fine wine. Not all of it. There's a lot of ugly games back then. But the good ones age like fine wine. Most of them look like period pieces, let's just put it that way. But the good ones, there are definitely piece examples that look super good. Same thing for like, you know, SNES or even Game Boy games. Like there are some where it's like, damn, the effort and quality of this game still holds up. Because they made those polygons work, man. Which is why it's very sad to see a lot of similar studios, even under the same name with different people, just don't put that level of offer. Look at that. Flawless victory. Got dicey at the beginning there, but flawless victory. Because hashtag not all PS2 games. They were playing it look terrible. Jason finally saw a streamer playing Cyberpunk on the base Xbox One. Nice. We got 7 files for that? Nice. Let's cash those in. I wish the first part of these 3 laws people recognize a little bit more. Where it's like people say, oh, that's impossible. It's like, maybe very improbable, or maybe we're not approaching it from the right way, but you can't dismiss stuff that easily. Valkyrie. Dragon Quest VIII still looks incredible. Well, here's the thing. A lot of things that were cel-shaded still look good, because cel shading is immune to a lot of the aging effects of time. Like, good animation, like good sprites, still look good. It doesn't matter. Good cel shading looks good. That's why the hazards of having photorealistic graphics is double-edged, because whatever you think is cutting edge now, 10 years from now is going to look like shit. And you're like, that's impossible. Oh yeah? Well, let's go back 10 years. I can mathematically prove this. Go back 10 years. Find whatever looked super realistic and advanced back then. Does that look good by today's standards? No, it looks like shit. It doesn't look like shit. It's hyperbole. However, my point is it doesn't hold up. Anything that's quote-unquote cutting edge loses its edge incredibly fast and incredibly easily. Meanwhile, if you go with a more stylized approach, such as the watercoloring of this game, you know, cel-shaded arts like Wind Waker or Dragon Quest VIII, you know, sprite designs like Valkyrie Profile, like those hold up because the art styles defy the medium that they're on. It's like saying the Mona Lisa aged. It's like, yeah, well, it's that painting still looks, you know, still relevant today. It doesn't matter how many centuries old it is. I was one of the people that back when they showed Wind Waker, I was genuinely excited for it, and I was in a vast minority. People forget how much Zelda Wind Waker got so much crap. So much crap. You don't hear about it today, because it's good. And it held up. It held up better than most games back then, easily. The mass majority of games. But back when it came out, man, the entitled outcries. It just, things don't change when it comes to that. Jason, I accuse anyone that uses Facebook of being a witch. Maybe. Prince Darian, hey. Hey, how's it going? You caught me right when I'm about to end. I'm about to cut off. I appreciate you guys jumping in, but I'm about to jump off myself. The HD port of Wind Waker is aged more poorly than the original because of all the bloom. Yeah, the bloom was an unusual choice. It was not a popular one, but it is what it is. The thing about the Wind Waker backlash is mostly came from the Space World demo. Again, that's what people get for building up unnecessary hype. After that Space World demo, people thought, oh, the next Zelda game is going to be a more cutting-edge graphics, Ocarina of Time. It's going to be Ocarina of Time 2. That's what people were thinking back then. And then when they didn't get Ocarina of Time 2, then they threw hissy fits. And that is part of what depopularized Wind Waker at the time. But then they shut up and played it because they were going to do so anyway, because, you know, they play Zelda games and they can't rightly complain about it too much unless they rightfully play it. It's not like today, because back then we saw trailers and yes, there was hype and people who built themselves up and disappointed themselves, but nowadays, because you have so many data miners, leakers, hackers, people like gameplay dev and show off so much stuff of the game before it actually comes off, or misleadingly so. You have so many people that go ahead and precast their opinion of a game, almost pre-review it before they even buy it, much less play it. And they know at the moment of the first trailer. It's like, wow, it's amazing how just you can just look in the future and you just immediately know how a game's gonna be good or not. Oh yeah, first trailer, oh, all this blah blah blah. It's like, dude, whenever they show a trailer or a teaser and the game isn't coming out for like 2 years, then take everything you see with a grain of salt. None of that stuff can end up in the final game. There are lots of games that are like that, where this is the conceptual stuff of what we have so far. This is not representative of the final product. If people think it's representative of the final product, unless that final product's coming out in the next 6 months, that's not it. I prefer the top-down Zeldas personally. We haven't had a top-down Zelda. Yes, I know they remade Link's Awakening, so I guess I'll count that, but I'm talking about a new one. They used to alternate it. Going back and forth between making a 3D one and then a top-down one, a 3D one and a top-down one. That's why I thought the next Zelda game was going to be a top-down one, and instead we got Hyrule Warriors 2 / Age of Calamity, and Breath of the Wild 2, which is still under development, and no news of a top-down one. Surprising, because Link's Awakening sold well. It sold, I think, like 4 million copies or something. It sold well. So I'm surprised that they didn't go and make a new one. But, you know, when people are just paying so much money to still play Breath of the Wild that came out 3 years ago, they're like, you know what, we're just gonna hit both. We're gonna use a stone and hit 2 birds. And if the quality is consistent like it has been with Age of Calamity, then yeah. That's why I can't stand most of the Zelda fan base. I love Legend of Zelda. It is my favorite series. I'm not saying that facetiously. I'm not like, hey guys, I'm a Zelda fan. Look at my background of my video of me standing in front of this camera. You can clearly see I have a bookshelf that has Zelda plushies and Zelda cartridges and a special edition. You know I'm a Zelda fan because of all my gamer swag behind me in the background. No. I legit mean that it's my favorite. That being said, because I love it so much and I want the best for it, that's why I criticize it more. Because I want the thing I love to be even better. Breath of the Wild 2 better have a goddamn fishing rod. Yeah, I know, you keep saying that. And here's the thing, I do want a good fishing game. I love me a good fishing minigame. Damn, I love a good fishing minigame. That's one of the slights I didn't like about Nier Automata. That game has a garbage fishing mechanic and garbage fishing minigame. It's so terrible. Why'd you even bother? The original Nier had a terrible fishing minigame. It's just like, what is up with them making bad fishing minigames? And you can't say like, oh, Square doesn't know how to make it. No, that's not true. They made Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 15 has one of the best fishing minigames I've ever played out of any game. Damn, that's a good fishing minigame. But, you know. Wanda Gamelon is the greatest Zelda game ever made. Changed my mind. Well, it's not a Zelda game. Just because you get a bootleg thing that's allowed to use a licensed Zelda caricature in the title and the name does not make it a Zelda game. Very convincing knockoffs are not necessarily the real thing. Bought Final Fantasy 15 just for the fishing? Hey, come for the fishing, stay for the character development. I made a joke last week about Sephiroth when, because Sephiroth, when I was talking about that on the Discord. Anybody who was on the Discord recently knows this rant I'm about to say. This is the post-game rant, by the way. After we're done playing, you know I gotta say anything that's on my mind that I wasn't able to say during gameplay. So Sephiroth at this point is basically like Shrek. He's basically a meme at this point. And this is the fault of every fanboy of the Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy community in general, constantly applying their own headcanon, useless garbage fan theories, and fanfic, of course, to the point where they have perverted the actual character and stretched it in so many ways and repeated it ad nauseum, so now the general public doesn't exactly know who, what, or why Sephiroth is significant. All they know is some of the memes, and they know some of the events without context. And so when people were watching him being revealed for Smash Brothers, much less the Advent Children version of it, there is a lot of confusion because what people think they've heard and think they've seen due to all the memes and the misunderstandings, I'll say, misdirections, maybe is a politer way of saying it, it's really ruined the perception of the character. And I don't even love Final Fantasy VII. I don't. I've said that very vocally many times. I do not love Final Fantasy VII. I do enjoy Final Fantasy VII Remake. I do not love Final Fantasy VII. That game has a lot of problems. But one of them that's not a problem is Sephiroth's character development throughout that saga, especially with Crisis Core. If you go through Crisis Core's story, Sephiroth is such a well-developed, written character in there. Even in the base Final Fantasy VII game, he's never been quote-unquote a bad guy. That's the misdirection. He's a fallen hero, but he's not explicitly a bad guy. You also blame Advent Children. That is fair. Advent Children did a lot of things that did not help the Final Fantasy VII world line. And it included a lot of massive retcons. I mean, Final Fantasy VII Universe is full of retcons. Especially, like, say, Dirge of Cerberus. Oh, all of a sudden, Vincent is this untouchable badass that can also turn into the Chaos weapon and is the only thing that can counter Omega that can eliminate all life on the planet. What? Yeah, he always had that ability. We just never talked about it. Or, you know, he was just too tired. He didn't feel like using it in the last game for whatever reason. But yeah, he could always do that. It's like most people never even knew about Vincent. When I first played Final Fantasy VII, I never knew about Vincent. I only knew about Vincent when I looked at my friend's strategy guide for the game to figure out how to beat Emerald Weapon like everyone else. Because they put like kind of crap to sell strategy guides. That's how it was back in the day. And I'm like, who the F is this Vincent guy? I'm like, I remember talking to the guy in the coffin. What was that all about? And so, yeah, it's like there's so many people because he was an optional and quite frankly useless character. And yet somehow he gets retconned to being this untouchable badass. Same thing for Cloud. Like, the version people think they like of Cloud is not Final Fantasy VII version, because the Final Fantasy VII version of Cloud is not Cloud. That's just a fake persona he made for himself, and then he has a mental breakdown, and then afterwards, that's true Cloud. And then Advent Children Cloud retcons that to where, oh no, I was actually always a badass, it's just kind of sketchy and weird. But no, I was actually always like this, it's different. I'm the living legacy. And then Sephiroth was retconned, where it's like before he's like, hey, I'm a tragic fallen hero. I have my own objectives, but I actually kind of also not really directly in conflict with anybody. Yeah, I hate Shinra, but who doesn't at this point? But then Advent Children comes along, it's like, oh, I actually deliberately, specifically like to, you know, troll Cloud for no reason. There's literally no reason or precedent for it. But Advent Children retcons that to where, oh yeah, I specifically like to troll just Cloud. It's like, that's not how that went down. And I wonder, speaking of remake, if we're gonna get another retelling of the Nibelheim incident. Because we have 4 testimonies of the Nibelheim incident, and none of them match up. You have Cloud's version, which is obviously the most bogus version, because he makes everything up. Then you have Sephiroth's version. Then you have Zack's version. And then you have the Turk's version from Before Crisis. So you have 4 different testimonies of what the same event, and nobody agrees on the details. So what I want in Final Fantasy VII Remake is to have a 5th telling, and possibly 6th telling, of the Nibelheim incident, and I want the details to, again, completely not match up. If you have to throw plot armor ghosts in there, I'm fine with that. Because it's basically a running joke at this point that nobody knows what went down in Nibelheim, even the people that were there. It's one of the many inconsistencies of the world of Final Fantasy VII. That it's a plot hole nightmare. It has plot holes so big you can drive Optimus Prime through it. It is ridiculous. But hey, to some people it's a perfect game, but that's okay. Some people have low standards. The alternative thing is just please understand that Sephiroth is fine. Like, there's so many people in Smash Brothers. There's over 70 characters. It's okay. He's a gaming icon. It's okay. Even if you don't understand what he's all about, or you don't know the story, you never played the game, which is most people, by the way. Most people didn't go back and play the original Final Fantasy VII because it's a 23-year-old game. Most people don't even go back and play games that are 3 years old, much less 23 years old. If you were there and you played it at the time, great. But anytime after that, the longer a game comes out, it's really unreasonable to ask people to go back and play a game that's decades old. To be like, oh, no, it's for real, it's really good. It's like when you go to, like, your grandparents' house, and they're like, you really gotta watch this black and white old serial show. This is the good stuff. And you watch, you're like, yeah, it's okay. There's a lot of issues and problems, and it's a period piece, but, you know, okay, I'm not gonna be a fan. I know it's important to you and you love it, but I'm not gonna go back and say that. But yeah, I just want people to, when they look at a character, just try to take more of expressive interest in it instead of dismissing it so quickly. Same thing for when the Fire Emblem characters come out. Like, nobody knew who Marth was because we didn't have Fire Emblem at the time. But that generation of that interest spurred the release of Fire Emblem in the West, and good things came out of it. And so I just want more open communication is what I'm trying to say. It's easy to make fun of the memes and all that, blah, blah, blah. Another thing you can also tell if you're the type of person who likes to gate people, if you're a gatekeeper, just ask anybody who says they're a Final Fantasy VII fan. So who killed Aerith in the ancient city? And if they tell you Sephiroth, then they're a fake gamer. Because that wasn't Sephiroth. It was Jenova disguised as Sephiroth. A real Final Fantasy VII fan would know that. So, just in case you want to bait somebody, you can easily do that. Which is actually one of the things I like in the remake, because they establish the concept of these fake Sephiroth clones that are just either Jenova implanted people or Jenova test subjects, or Jenova itself just pretending to be Sephiroth left, right, and center. I like that they're establishing that early, because that was the twist during the original game. Is like, oh, it turns out who you thought was Sephiroth and who you thought was chasing all that, oh, that was actually just Jenova. Because Sephiroth was in the North Crater at the time. Exactly, that's right. Julie, you know your stuff. Sephiroth was never encountered by the party, ever, until the very end of the game, when they encountered him at the North Crater. For real. Yeah, they went to the North Crater originally, but that doesn't really matter. He just woke up and then left. But yeah, the party doesn't actually... there's no interaction there. It's all in their head. So everyone they're chasing is just a space alien. And then some people are like, well, what about when Sephiroth wanted to kill everyone on the planet? Well, Sephiroth never said he wanted to kill everyone on the planet. He said he said he believed in he is the superior race and he wants to rule the planet. He never said he wanted to murder everybody. Oh, he's dropping a meteor. Yeah, he's dropping a meteor in the middle of the Arctic where nobody is. He's not hurting anybody. He just wanted to wound the planet so it would repair itself with life stream, so he would go ahead and suck up all that power and become like a demigod. That was the plan. It wasn't murder everyone on the planet. That's what Jenova wanted to do. That's what Omega wanted to do. By the way, I want them, since they're talking about original Avalanche and remake, I want them to talk about Deep Ground. Talk about the actual soldier first class plus, the ones that were beyond first class, the actual badasses. If we can get Genesis somehow, or even retcon Genesis, I would be okay with that. It doesn't have to look like Gact, it could just be, whatever. Because, yeah, Sephiroth went a little crazy at the end. I think that's what people hinge on. Is like, oh, he went crazy. Everyone who got alien blood in them went crazy. Angeal went crazy. Genesis went crazy. Cloud went super crazy. Sephiroth went a little crazy. And if Zack didn't die so early, he probably would have went crazy too, because everybody who got alien blood injected into them went crazy, because that's what alien blood did to you. So that's hardly a point. I always thought of the clones as being surrogates for him to actually project himself into like a fleshy glove. That is headcanon, Julian. I'm going to tell you right now, that is headcanon. Because at first, the whole thing is Genova's bringing together itself through reunion and controlling everybody it has. Don't forget, Genova can read the minds of people. So that's why I was able to assume the identities of like the ancients, and they could pretend to be like their family members and affect them. It was like the Thing. Genova was basically the Thing, and that was just its thing. And at first it was in control, and then the whole twist later was like, yeah, Genova was in control, but it turns out Sephiroth, just by virtue of just being an amazing hybrid prodigy, was able to overwhelm Genova and actually make Genova submit to him. And that was what made Sephiroth so impressive. But for the most part, it was mostly just Genova being a sneaky Thing alien and going around trying to kill people. More Roach? Yeah, honestly. Like we were saying this morning, Genova should have been the last boss. Of what, remake? Nah, you get to fight plot ghosts because you have to establish something. Like, we don't even know what the remnants of that established fight was. All those Final Fantasy VII channels just love it because now they have months of content to just theorize and speculate. And they don't even have to be right. They just have to say something. It's like, here's 10 things you missed about the ending of Final Fantasy VII Remake. Number 6 will blow your mind. Like, that shit right there. It's perfect clickbait. But, like, the whole concept of Sephiroth is just very, very simple. He was the first successful, stable Genova hybrid project. That's it. Then he learned his origins, and then he realized he was just a corporate dog being used as a walking lab rat. He realized he's a superior race to humans, and just wanted to assert his dominance. And that's it. Oh, the original, instead of the press X to win? Oh, yeah. Well, when you kill Genova, which again, I have problems with because, like, Genova's able to do all this sort of stuff and bring ruin to a race, but it turns out if you just punch it in the face enough times or shoot bullets at it enough, it dies the same as literally anything else. So I was like, wow, the Ancients were really pieces of shit. One plot hole I hope that they address in Remake, which was one of my biggest things, was what the F was the point of weapons. Because according to, and keep in mind, we only have Aerith's mom as testimony. Aerith's mom said, oh, the weapons are, you know, are part of the planet, you know, they protect the planet from threats. Well, that's what she says, but she also comes from a race that was too stupid enough to fight an alien thing. Granted, the alien thing's very clever and deadly, but at the same time, they still couldn't do anything about it with all their magic and wisdom. And then you have the weapons, who chill out right around Sephiroth, who's also made of Genova and doesn't do anything about him. So are they actually protecting things, or are they not protecting things? And then we go around and fight them. Why do we have thematically to fight weapons when we're allegedly fighting for the planet? We're fighting the planet's weapons. We're killing the planet's means of defending itself. Why would you thematically do that? That is so stupid. DNGRM, how's the playthrough been going? Great, I like it so far. Like, the weapons, and then you have Before Crisis, Crisis Core, and Dirge of Cerberus, where, oh, those weapons you saw, yeah, those were one thing. It turns out the Earth actually did design certain weapons to have specific purposes, like Jade Weapon, which, you know, specifically just kills things, and an Omega Weapon, whose entire point is to be the fail-safe for the planet, so if enough people die, it absorbs all the life force on the planet and ejects it and goes out into space to establish a new planet. Fucking what? So, ugh. So, the entire purpose of the weapons themselves don't match up. Don't match up with the game they're introduced in, and don't match up with the gameplay. I don't want to throw out, oh, cognitive dissonance, but this is one of those where it doesn't really effing make sense. You have zero motivation to do so. It's stupid. And even then, they're not very good at what they do. Anyway, original party was a bunch of terrorists. Rufus did nothing wrong. And we'll pick it up next time. We are going to continue streaming. I will stream Tuesday and Wednesday. Obviously, after that point, I have holiday plans I'm going to attend to, but otherwise, I'm going to be hard at work trying to get you Valkyrie Profile 2 before the end of the week. I'm not going to post it on Christmas. I might post it on Saturday, or I might post it on Sunday before stream. But either way, I'll see you on Tuesday, for sure. Thank you for listening to this rant. I'm Oni Black Mage. This has been 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Great game if you can find a copy. It's pretty limited print, I know. And yeah, I'll see you on the next battlefield. Thanks for watching.